Before we descend into the darkness, I want to ask a favour. If you enjoy this story, please use your hype points on this video. It helps the channel more than you possibly know. If you're listening on Spotify, leaving a review makes a massive difference. And if you'd like, comment what time it is and where in the world you're listening from. We absolutely love seeing where everyone is tuning in. And of course, if you enjoy the content, consider subscribing. Now let's begin. The morning of May 18th, 1927, arrived in Bath Township the way most mornings did, with the particular quiet of a farming community where people rose before the sun demanded it. Across the rolling fields of Clinton County, Michigan, kerosene lamps flickered to life in kitchen windows, while men pulled on work boots, still damp from yesterday's chores. The spring planting season had passed its most urgent phase, and the rhythm of life had settled into something steadier, more predictable. Wives packed lunches into tin pails. Children dressed in clothes their mothers had ironed the night before, the fabric still holding creases sharp enough to suggest care, routine, the small dignities of ordinary life. Bath was not the kind of place where people expected disruption. It was a township of fewer than 300 families, most of them connected by generations of shared labour, shared church pews, shared participation in the cycles that governed rural existence. The roads were dirt, sometimes impassable in heavy rain, and the nearest significant town, Lansing, sat about 10 miles to the southwest, close enough for supplies but distant enough that Bath maintained its own identity, its own pace. People knew each other's business, without much effort. A new face drew attention. A strange car parked too long near the general store prompted questions. This was the texture of small-town awareness, not surveillance exactly, but a communal attentiveness born from proximity and routine. The Bath Consolidated School stood as one of the community's proudest achievements. Completed in 1922 at a cost of over $90,000, it represented a significant financial commitment for a rural district, a testament to the belief that children deserve something better than one-room schoolhouses scattered across the countryside. The building was modern by the standards of the time, a two-storey brick structure with wide hallways, multiple classrooms, indoor plumbing, and central heating. It consolidated several smaller schools from the surrounding area, bringing together children from farms that stretched across the township's 36 square miles. For many families, the new school symbolised progress, a step toward the kind of educational opportunities that might give their children advantages the parents never had. That morning, as children walked or rode to school along familiar routes, the building itself sat quiet and solid against the spring sky. Some students arrived early, clustered in small groups near the front entrance, talking about weekend chores or the coming summer break, which was now only a few weeks away. Teachers unlocked their classrooms and arranged materials for the day's lessons. Arithmetic problems written on blackboards, reading assignments prepared, the small rituals of preparation that teachers perform in the assumption that the day will unfold as planned. The school's janitor had already been through, sweeping floors, checking that everything was in order. By 8 o'clock, the hallways filled with the particular acoustic chaos of children's voices bouncing off hard surfaces, the sound of a school day beginning like hundreds before it. In the elementary wing on the north side of the building, younger students settled into their seats, while their teacher, Blanche Hart, took attendance. The room smelled of chalk dust and the faint sweetness of paste used for craft projects. Light came through tall windows that faced east, catching particles of dust suspended in the air, giving the morning a soft quality that made concentration difficult for students whose minds drifted toward play. In another classroom, older students worked through reading comprehension exercises, their voices taking turns with passages from books whose spines had been cracked by dozens of hands before theirs. The school superintendent, Emery Hoyk, moved through the building with the easy authority of someone who knew every corner of the place, every temperamental radiator, every door that stuck in humid weather. He had served in this role since the school opened, shaping its culture, hiring its teachers, managing the endless small crises that arise when hundreds of children occupy the same space. Outside, the weather held fair. Spring in Michigan could be unpredictable, swinging between late frosts and premature heat, but this morning carried the mild warmth of a season finally settling into itself. Farmers who had finished their early tasks might have glanced toward the school from their fields, registering its presence the way people register landmarks they pass every day, noting it without thinking much about it, secure in the knowledge that their children were exactly where they were supposed to be. Andrew Kehoe lived about a mile east of the school, on a farm that had once belonged to his wife's family. He was 55 years old that spring, a man whose life had traced a path through disappointment and mounting bitterness, though the full depth of his grievances remained largely hidden from his neighbours. Kehoe had trained as an electrical engineer at Michigan State College, which gave him skills unusual for a farmer and a mind inclined toward mechanical problem solving. He was known in the community as intelligent but difficult, someone who kept to himself, who seemed to carry resentments that he rarely voiced directly. His marriage to Ellen Price had brought him the farm, but it had not brought him prosperity. The farm struggled under debt. His wife had fallen ill with tuberculosis, a disease that drained the family's resources and Kehoe's patience. He blamed many people for his financial troubles. Bankers who wouldn't extend credit on terms he found acceptable, neighbours whose farms seemed to prosper while his languished, and especially the Bath Consolidated School, whose construction had required a special tax levy that Kehoe viewed as a personal assault on his already precarious finances. Kehoe had served on the school board for several years, a position that gave him intimate knowledge of the building's layout, its systems, its rhythms. He attended meetings where budgets were debated and maintenance issues discussed. He volunteered to help with electrical work, with repairs, with tasks that allowed him access to parts of the building most community members never saw. To those who worked with him, Kehoe seemed competent, if somewhat cold, a man who understood how things worked but who didn't invest much warmth in his interactions. Some found him abrasive, others simply found him odd. But in a small community where people made allowances for eccentricity, where practical skills mattered more than personality, Kehoe's strangeness didn't trigger serious alarm. He was simply Andrew Kehoe, the sharp-minded farmer with the sick wife and the perpetual grievance about taxes. What almost no one knew, what could not have been known without surveillance that didn't exist in rural Michigan in 1927, was that Kehoe had spent months preparing for an act of destruction so methodical and so comprehensive that its discovery would force people to confront the difference between impulsive violence and calculated murder. He had purchased explosives, claiming they were for farm work, for clearing stumps, for projects that required blasting. This was not unusual. Farmers regularly used dynamite for practical purposes, and suppliers sold it without the regulations that would later govern such transactions. Kehoe bought large quantities over an extended period, enough to draw some notice, but not enough to prompt intervention. He stored the materials on his property, where privacy was assumed and where his technical knowledge allowed him to handle dangerous substances with the competence of someone who understood chemistry and engineering. Beginning in the fall of 1926, Kehoe had begun bringing explosives into the school building itself. He did this incrementally, concealing them in spaces that only someone with his level of access could reach. In the basement, behind structural elements, in crawl spaces where maintenance equipment was stored. He wired these materials with careful attention to design, creating a system that could be triggered remotely, that would maximize destruction, that would turn the school into a death trap operating on a timer invisible to everyone who walked its halls. The work required time, privacy, and a cover story. Kehoe had all three. His position on the school board gave him legitimacy. His reputation as someone willing to help with maintenance gave him opportunity. His solitary nature meant that few people questioned his comings and goings. Over months, he constructed a weapon out of a building that parents trusted more than almost any structure in their lives. On the morning of May 18th, Kehoe's wife Ellen was already dead. He had killed her the previous night, most likely, through blunt force trauma, though the exact method would remain unclear because of what came next. He placed her body in a wheelbarrow and left it near the farm buildings, among tools and equipment, positioned in a way that suggested she was part of the landscape of his property rather than evidence of murder. Then he set fire to his own farm. Not a small fire, not an accidental blaze, but a deliberate conflagration designed to destroy everything he owned. He soaked buildings with accelerants. He arranged for the fire to draw attention, to create a secondary disaster that would pull resources away from the school, that would split the community's response capacity at the moment it would be most needed elsewhere. The fire started burning in the early morning hours, visible from neighbouring farms as soon as daylight arrived. Smoke rose in thick columns that stood out against the clear spring sky. Neighbours noticed. Some approached to help, assuming accident, assuming that Andrew Kehoe would welcome assistance in saving his livestock, his equipment, his home. But Kehoe was not there. His truck was gone. The fire burned with an intensity that suggested intention rather than mishap. And as people drew closer, they began to sense that something was profoundly wrong, though they could not yet articulate what. At the school, the morning continued its normal progression. Teachers taught, students worked at their desks or whispered to friends when attention drifted. The building held nearly 300 people, children ranging from elementary ages through high school, teachers, staff, a few parents who had stopped by for reasons now lost to time. The structure stood solid around them, brick and mortar, and the hum of a heating system that kept classrooms comfortable. No one inside knew that the basement held hundreds of pounds of explosives wired to a timing mechanism, that their school had been converted over months into something unrecognisable, that the morning's ordinariness was the last ordinariness many of them would experience. At approximately 9:45, the north wing of the Bath Consolidated School exploded. The blast was massive, catastrophic, and instantaneous in its transformation of reality. It originated in the basement, directly beneath the classrooms, where the youngest children sat, where second and third graders worked through lessons in rooms filled with small desks and construction paper projects pinned to bulletin boards. The explosion travelled upward with the physics of expanding gases and disintegrating structure, lifting the entire north wing off its foundation, collapsing floors into basements, bringing down ceilings and walls, and the architecture of safety in a compression of violence that took less time than a heartbeat, but would expand across lifetimes in its consequences. The sound reached families across the township as a deep, resonant boom that didn't fit the catalogue of normal noises. Farmers in fields looked up from their work. Women hanging laundry felt the percussion in their chests before their minds could process what it meant. The blast was loud enough to carry for miles, strange enough to prompt immediate unease, and followed quickly by a silence that felt wrong. The absence of the sounds that should have followed if this were thunder, if this was something natural and explicable. At the school itself, the scene that emerged from the first seconds after detonation defied the kind of description that preserves sanity. The north wing had partially collapsed, its second floor now resting at angles that violated every assumption about how buildings stand. Brick walls had burst outward, scattering debris across the school grounds in patterns that would later help investigators understand the blast's origin and force. Wooden beams that had supported ceilings lay splintered and smoking. Glass from shattered windows covered the ground in glittering fragments that mixed with dust and insulation and pieces of desks and books and the small objects that children bring to school. The air filled with particulate matter that made breathing difficult. that turned the morning light strange and diffuse, that carried the acrid smell of explosive residue and burning material, and something else, something organic and terrible that survivors would remember but rarely describe directly. Inside the wreckage, children and adults struggled to understand where they were, what had happened, whether they could move. The blast had thrown some people across rooms. It had trapped others under collapsed sections of floor and ceiling. It had killed instantly those closest to the explosion's epicenter, their bodies absorbing forces that no human structure could withstand. Survivors experienced the immediate aftermath in fragments, moments of consciousness separated by gaps, sensory impressions that didn't cohere into narrative. Some heard screaming, some heard nothing, their eardrums. Damaged by overpressure, some felt pain sharp and localized, others felt numbness that would later reveal itself as shock-masking, catastrophic injury. The first adults to respond came from within the building itself, teachers and staff who had been in sections that remained partially intact, who found themselves suddenly tasked with navigating a landscape they no longer recognized. They moved through smoke and dust, calling out names, trying to locate children, trying to assess who could walk and who couldn't, who was unconscious and who was beyond help. The mind performs strange calculations in such moments, sorting the dead from the living with a speed that feels both automatic and unbearable, making decisions about where to direct effort based on instantaneous judgments that will haunt people for years afterward. Outside, the first community members to arrive faced a scene that resisted comprehension. The school building, which they had passed countless times, which existed in their minds as a fixed and familiar landmark, had been transformed into something alien and broken. The north wing sagged and smoked. Debris spread across what had been a tidy schoolyard, and from within the wreckage came sounds, cries for help, the voices of children calling for parents, the confused questions of people trying to locate themselves in space and circumstance. Those first responders had no training for this, no framework for understanding what they were seeing, no equipment beyond their hands and whatever tools they could grab from nearby farms and homes. But they moved forward anyway, driven by the human imperative to help, to do something, to refuse the paralysis that such scenes invite. Word spread through Bath Township with a speed that predated modern communication, but that reflected the tight social networks of rural communities. People heard the explosion and began moving toward the school even before they knew what had happened. They saw smoke rising and interpreted it as fire, grabbing buckets and blankets and whatever might be useful. They heard fragments of information from people running to find help, and each fragment was worse than the one before. Not a small fire, not a minor accident, something catastrophic, something involving children, something that required every available hand. Within 15 minutes of the blast, dozens of people had converged on the school. Within 30 minutes, the number had grown to hundreds. Farmers left their fields mid-task. Mothers carrying infants arrived on foot because there was no time to arrange transportation. Men brought horses and wagons that could be used to carry injured children to hospitals in Lancing. The response was uncoordinated in the sense that no one directed it, but it was also remarkably efficient because people understood without instruction what was needed. Get the children out, tend to the injured, create pathways through the rubble, work as quickly as possible because every second might matter. The rescue effort that unfolded over the next hours operated according to a logic that was both clear and desperate. The primary goal was extraction, finding people trapped in the wreckage and removing them to safety. This required moving debris piece by piece, testing the stability of partially collapsed sections before entering them, listening for sounds that might indicate someone buried beneath beams and masonry. Men formed human chains to pass rubble away from the building, creating clear zones where the injured could be placed and assessed. Women organised medical stations using whatever supplies were available, tearing sheets into bandages, boiling water in pots brought from nearby homes, trying to provide comfort to children who were conscious but traumatized, who asked questions no one knew how to answer. The scene was thick with the particular horror of seeing children injured. Small bodies that should have been playing, learning, growing up, slowly, now lay on the ground with injuries that were grievous and visible, and wrong in a way that violated every instinct adults carry about the order of life. Teachers who had been teaching 30 minutes earlier now knelt beside students they knew by name, trying to stop bleeding, trying to keep children calm, trying to make decisions about who needed transport first when resources were limited and distances to hospitals were measured in miles of rough road. Parents arrived in states of frantic searching, scanning faces, calling out names, experiencing the wild oscillation between relief at finding their child alive and horror at finding them hurt. Some parents found their children quickly, others searched for hours. Some would never find their children alive. The work was physically brutal. Lifting beams required multiple men working together, coordinating their efforts, risking further collapse with every action. The debris field was hazardous, nails protruding from splintered wood, broken glass everywhere, unstable sections of flooring that could give way without warning. The constant risk that disturbing one element would trigger a cascade that would injure rescuers or bury victims deeper. People worked through these dangers with a kind of focused intensity that blocked out peripheral thought. The task was everything. The next beam, the next section cleared, the next child located. These became the only realities that mattered. Time acquired a strange quality during the rescue. Minutes felt like hours when people were listening for sounds beneath rubble, straining to hear a voice, a cry, any indication of life. Hours felt like minutes when the work was constant and urgent, when there was always another area to search, another call for help from a different section of the wreckage. The sun moved across the sky, marking the passage of time in a way that seemed irrelevant to what was happening on the ground, where people operated in a kind of suspended, temporal space where urgency was the only clock. As the morning progressed into afternoon, the initial chaos began to resolve into something more organised. Doctors arrived from Lansing, bringing medical supplies and expertise that the community lacked. Undertakers came, understanding without being told that their services would be needed. State police arrived to begin the investigation that would be required, though in those early hours, investigation was secondary to rescue. The focus remained on the living, on the possibility that someone might still be pulled alive from the wreckage, that the count of the dead might not grow higher. But beneath the rescue effort, beneath the urgent focus on saving who could be saved, another realization was beginning to form in the minds of those who had been at the scene longest, who had seen the pattern of the destruction, who had begun to notice details that didn't fit the narrative of accident. The damage was too localized to be a boiler explosion. The blast pattern suggested something other than a gas leak, and there were physical remnants, pieces of wire, fragments of timing mechanisms, residues that people without any knowledge of explosives could identify as the signatures of deliberate detonation. Emery Huck, the school superintendent, had survived the initial blast. He'd been in his office when the explosion occurred, far enough from the epicenter to avoid the worst of the destruction, but close enough to be injured. Despite his wounds, Huck had immediately joined the rescue effort, working alongside everyone else to pull children from the wreckage. He understood the building's layout better than anyone, knew which sections were most likely to have survivors, where support beams might have created protective pockets in the collapse. He moved through the scene with a kind of driven purpose, ignoring his own injuries, focusing entirely on the children who were his responsibility. The count of the dead grew slowly, at first then with horrible acceleration as rescuers reached parts of the building where the collapse had been total, where the force of the blast had been concentrated, where survival had been impossible. Bodies were carried to a makeshift morgue area, set up in one of the school's undamaged sections. The sight of children's bodies lined up, some still recognizable, some damaged beyond easy identification, became one of the defining images that would sear itself into the memory of everyone present. Parents were brought to identify their children, a process that required them to confront their worst fears made concrete, to see their sons and daughters not sleeping, not hurt but recoverable, but dead, finished, ended, gone in a way that permitted no hope. By early afternoon, the community's attention had begun to split. The rescue efforts at the school continued, but reports of the fire at Andrew Kehoe's farm were filtering through, and people were starting to make connections that seemed impossible, but that grew more insistent with each new piece of information. Kehoe's wife was dead. His farm was destroyed. He was missing. And the school, his primary source of resentment, the institution he had railed against for years, had exploded in a way that looked increasingly deliberate. At approximately 2:30 in the afternoon, as rescuers continued working through the rubble, a pickup truck pulled up near the school. Andrew Kehoe sat behind the wheel. Emery Hook, recognizing him, approached the vehicle, perhaps to ask questions, perhaps to seek explanation, perhaps simply responding to the instinct to engage someone who might have information. What happened next occurred so quickly that witnesses struggled to reconstruct the sequence even hours later. Kehoe detonated explosives he had loaded into his truck. The second blast was smaller than the first, but no less shocking in its impact on those who experienced it. The truck disintegrated in a flash of heat and pressure. Kehoe died instantly, his body torn apart by the explosion he had triggered. Emery Hook, standing near the vehicle, was killed instantly as well. His final act of leadership transformed in a second into his final moment of life. Others nearby were injured by shrapnel and debris, their wounds adding to the day's toll, their presence near the truck at that exact moment a matter of chance that would haunt survivors who had been just a few feet farther away. The second explosion transformed the community's understanding of the day's events with a finality that was almost metaphysical. What had been increasingly suspected was now undeniable. This was not a terrible accident. This was not a confluence of mechanical failures and bad luck. This was murder, planned and executed by someone they knew, someone who had sat in meetings and walked among them and nursed grievances that had metastasized into something monstrous. The shock of this realization competed with the ongoing trauma of the rescue effort, creating a layered psychological impact that would prove difficult to process even years later. The work at the school continued into the evening, powered by lights brought in from nearby towns, by lanterns and car headlights aimed at the wreckage, by the determination not to leave anyone behind, not to abandon the search while any possibility of survival remained. But as the hours passed, the nature of the work shifted from rescue to recovery. The chances of finding anyone alive diminished with each passing hour. The focus became one of care for the dead, retrieving bodies with as much dignity as possible, ensuring that every victim was accounted for, that every family would have the closure of knowing what happened to their child. Investigators began their work in parallel with the rescue effort, documenting the scene, collecting evidence, trying to reconstruct how this had been done. They found remnants of Kehoe's explosive system in the wreckage, wires, timing devices, evidence of a design that had been carefully planned and competently executed. They discovered that the school had contained far more explosives than had actually detonated, that Kehoe had wired the entire building with materials that should have destroyed not just the north wing, but the entire structure, killing everyone inside. The failure of the complete system to detonate was later attributed to various possible factors: a wiring error, a malfunction in the timing mechanism, the blast from the first explosion disrupting the connections for the rest. But in that failure lay the terrible mathematics of tragedy. The attack, as horrific as it was, could have been worse. Hundreds of children had survived because portions of Kehoe's design had failed. This knowledge, that the death toll might have been far higher, that the survival of so many was a matter of mechanical chance, provided no comfort. 38 children were dead. 6 adults were dead, including Hoike and Kehoe's wife. 58 people were injured, some with wounds that would disable them for life. These numbers, accurate and final, would be repeated in newspapers and official reports, would become the statistical summary of the Bath school disaster. But numbers could not convey the texture of what had been lost, the particular children with their particular personalities, the futures that would not unfold, the gaps that would remain in families and in the community's fabric. The funerals began 2 days later and continued for more than a week. Bath had no cemetery large enough to accommodate the number of burials, and no churches large enough to hold the number of mourners. Services were staggered, spread across days, conducted in buildings that overflowed with grief. Families who had known each other for generations sat together in pews, united by a shared loss that exceeded individual tragedy, that felt like an assault on the community itself. Small caskets were carried by fathers and uncles and neighbours who had to maintain composure for public ceremony, while their own grief threatened to overwhelm. Mothers who had dressed their children for school 2 days earlier now stood beside graves, their minds struggling to reconcile the routine of Wednesday morning with the permanence of Saturday's burial. The national response to the Bath school disaster was immediate and intense. Newspapers across the country carried the story on front pages, often with photographs of the destroyed school building, of rescuers working through rubble, of the neat rows of coffins that represented a scale of child death that shocked even readers accustomed to industrial accidents and natural disasters. The story resonated because schools occupied a particular place in the American imagination. They were supposed to be sanctuaries, places where children were protected, where society invested in its future. The violation of that sanctuary by someone from within the community, someone with access and knowledge, felt like a betrayal of fundamental social contracts. President Calvin Coolidge sent a telegram of condolence. The Michigan state legislature convened emergency sessions to discuss school safety. Relief funds were established, drawing donations from across the country. People wanted to help, to offer something tangible, to participate in the recovery even from a distance. Money arrived in Bath Township along with letters, some from parents expressing solidarity, some from strangers trying to make sense of senseless violence, some from people who had lost children to other causes and who recognised the particular weight of that grief. But the community's internal experience of the aftermath was more complex and less easily resolved than the national narrative of tragedy and recovery suggested. Bath was a small place, and nearly everyone had some connection to the victims. The web of relationships meant that grief was not confined to the immediate. Families of the dead. It rippled outward through extended families, through friendship networks, through the simple fact of having lived near each other, having shared space and time and the routines of rural life. The town's social gatherings, church services, community meetings, casual encounters at the general store, became sites of shared mourning that offered both comfort and constant reminder. For the surviving children, the return to school presented challenges that educators in 1927 had little training to address. The Bath Consolidated School building was no longer usable. Classes resumed weeks later in temporary locations, church basements, community halls, any space that could accommodate desks and children. But the physical location was the least of the problems. Students who had been in the building during the explosion carried memories and fears that interfered with learning. Some startled at loud noises, some couldn't concentrate, some had nightmares that disrupted their sleep and left them exhausted. Teachers tried to provide normalcy, to maintain routines, to help children feel safe again, but they were working with pedagogical tools designed for ordinary circumstances, and these circumstances were anything but ordinary. Parents faced impossible decisions about how to help their children process what had happened. Some tried to protect them from details, to shield them from the full horror of the event, believing that children were too young to bear such knowledge. Others felt that honesty was necessary, that children needed to understand in order to cope. There was no consensus, no expert guidance available, no therapeutic framework that had been developed for mass trauma in children. Families navigated these questions in isolation, making choices based on instinct and hope, sometimes getting it right, sometimes creating problems that would surface years later. The physical rebuilding of the school took months. A new building would eventually be constructed on a different site, deliberately located away from the grounds that had become associated with death. The old building was demolished, its rubble cleared away, the land left empty in a decision that reflected the community's need to avoid constant visual reminder. But the psychological rebuilding, the restoration of trust, the recovery of a sense of safety proceeded on a far slower timeline and remained incomplete even years later. Investigation into Kehoe's motives confirmed what many had suspected. His primary grievance was financial, focused on the property taxes required to fund the school's construction and operation. But the investigation also revealed layers of resentment and instability that had been building for years. Kehoe had suffered financial setbacks, his wife's illness had strained his resources and his mental state. He had felt himself to be a victim of circumstances beyond his control, and he had decided, in a logic that was both comprehensible and monstrous, to make others victims as well. The specificity of his target, a school filled with the community's children, suggested a desire not just to destroy, but to cause maximum psychological harm, to attack not just individuals, but the community's future and its sense of security. The question of whether anyone could have prevented the attack haunted the community and the investigators who studied the case. In retrospect, there were signs. Kehoe's access to explosives, his known resentments, his peculiar behaviour in the months before the attack. But these signs existed in a context where mass violence of this type was nearly unprecedented, where the frameworks for identifying and intervening in such planning did not exist, where privacy and autonomy were valued in ways that made surveillance or investigation seem inappropriate until after a crime had been committed. The attack succeeded in part because it was unimaginable, because people could not conceive that someone would target children with such calculation and thoroughness. The Bath School disaster influenced discussions of school safety and security in ways that would shape policies for decades. Schools began to think more carefully about who had access to buildings, about how maintenance and repair work was supervised, about the importance of background checks and psychological screening for employees and volunteers. But these changes emerged slowly and unevenly, and they could not address the fundamental vulnerability that the attack had exposed. That institutions built on trust are inherently at risk from those who violate that trust from within. For the families who lost children at Bath, the passage of time brought changes but not closure. Parents grew older without the children who should have aged alongside them. Siblings grew up as only children or in reconfigured family structures shaped by absence. The community marked anniversaries of the attack with ceremonies and gatherings that served both to remember and to create space for grief that had no natural endpoint. Some families stayed in Bath Township, choosing to remain in the place where they had history and connection despite the painful memories. Others left, finding that the constant environmental reminders made healing impossible, that they needed physical distance from the site of trauma in order to build new lives. The surviving students carried the attack with them in varying ways. Some suppressed memories and functioned successfully, their trauma emerging only in oblique ways, in dreams, in aversions to specific situations, in patterns of anxiety that they might not consciously connect to their childhood experience. Others struggled more visibly, their educational and psychological development marked by the disruption. A few became advocates for school safety or trauma awareness, converting their experience into purpose. But all of them lived with the knowledge that their childhood had included an event that most people could barely imagine, that their understanding of the world's dangers had been shaped by first-hand exposure to deliberate violence. The teachers who survived faced their own complex aftermath. Several left the profession, finding that they could no longer enter a classroom without experiencing anxiety or flashbacks. Others returned to teaching but carried guilt, survivor's guilt for having lived when students died, professional guilt for not having protected the children in their care, even though no reasonable analysis could have assigned them blame for an attack they could not have anticipated or prevented. The role of teacher had been transformed by the attack from a position of trusted authority into one that included an awareness of vulnerability, of the limits of adults' ability to shield children from harm. The destruction of Andrew Kehoe's farm meant that there was no physical site to study for insights into his planning and state of mind. The fire had consumed his home, his papers, any journals or records that might have offered a window into his thinking during the months of preparation. What remained was the physical evidence at the school, the wiring diagrams that could be reconstructed from fragments, the quantities of explosives that could be estimated from residue and witness accounts, the timeline that could be pieced together from hardware store receipts and testimony from people who had seen him working in the school basement. But the internal narrative, the progression of thoughts and decisions that led from resentment to mass murder, remained largely opaque, knowable only through inference and the dangerous speculation that often accompanies efforts to understand incomprehensible violence. The community's relationship with the story of the attack evolved over the decades that followed. In the immediate aftermath, people spoke about it constantly because they could speak of little else, because the event dominated every conversation and every thought. But as years passed, a different dynamic emerged. Some community members wanted to remember, to honour the dead, to ensure that the event was not forgotten. Others wanted to move beyond it, to let Bath Township be known for something other than this tragedy, to give children growing up in the area an identity that was not solely defined by historical trauma. These impulses existed in tension, creating debates about memorialisation, about how much attention to give anniversaries, about whether to embrace or minimise the town's association with the attack. National memory of the Bath school disaster faded more quickly than local memory. The attack occurred in an era before television news, before the visual saturation that would later make such events impossible to avoid. Newspapers carried the story for days, then moved on to other crises. The attack did not generate the kind of ongoing cultural conversation that later school attacks would produce, in part because the mechanisms for such conversation, mass media, national forums for discussion, existed in more limited forms in 1927. The event entered historical records and academic studies of violence, but it did not occupy the same space in popular consciousness that it held in Bath Township, where memory was personal and inescapable. The legal and policy responses to the attack were limited by the era's frameworks for understanding such violence. There was no terminology of terrorism, no discourse around mass shootings or targeted attacks on schools, no existing body of law or regulation designed to prevent such incidents. Kehoe's death in his own attack meant that there was no trial, no public examination of his motives and methods, no opportunity for the community to participate in a legal process that might have offered some form of ritualized justice. The investigation concluded with reports that documented what had happened and how, but these reports could not satisfy the deeper need for understanding why, for some explanation that would make the attack feel less random and more preventable. The medical care available to the injured in 1927 was far more limited than what later generations would take for granted. Some victims who might have survived with modern trauma care died from their injuries in the hours and days after the attack. Others lived but with disabilities that profoundly affected their quality of life. Amputations, blindness, chronic pain, neurological damage from head injuries. The community's capacity to support these individuals and their families was limited by both resources and understanding. Disability services were minimal. Psychological support for trauma was rudimentary. Families largely managed on their own, drawing on whatever reserves of resilience and community assistance they could muster. The economic impact of the attack on Bath Township was significant and lasting. The school needed to be rebuilt at a time when the community's tax base was already strained. The relief funds helped, but they could not cover all the costs. Property values in the area declined as some families chose to move away, as the township's reputation was damaged, as potential new residents were deterred by the association with violence. Local businesses suffered as the community turned inward in grief, as normal patterns of commerce and social interaction were disrupted. The recovery was slow and uneven, measured not just in the physical reconstruction of buildings, but in the restoration of economic confidence and social vitality. The role of the press in shaping public understanding of the attack was both necessary and problematic. Newspapers provided information that families needed about victims and survivors, that the public wanted about the scope and nature of the tragedy. But the coverage also included sensationalism, speculation about motives, photographs, and descriptions that served voyeuristic interest more than public need. Some families appreciated the national attention, feeling that it honoured their children's deaths and brought resources to aid recovery. Others resented the intrusion, the reduction of their private grief to public spectacle, the ways that reporters sought dramatic quotes and emotional displays that made good copy but added to their burden. The religious community in Bath Township grappled with theological questions that the attack raised, questions about evil, about suffering, about why God would permit such violence against children. Sermons in the weeks after the attack tried to provide comfort, while acknowledging that easy answers were insulting, that any attempt to explain divine purpose in such tragedy risked minimizing the pain or suggesting that the deaths served some higher function. Some families found solace in religious faith, interpreting the attack as a test of their belief or as a mystery that transcended human understanding. Others lost faith entirely, unable to reconcile the reality of murdered children with the concept of a loving and protective deity. The survivors, who had been teachers in the building, carried particular burdens related to their professional identity. They had been trained to educate children, to create safe learning environments, to act in loco parentis during school hours. The attack violated every assumption embedded in that role. Some teachers reported feeling that they had failed in their most basic responsibility, even though rational analysis made clear that they could not have prevented what happened, that Kehoe's access and planning occurred outside their sphere of awareness or control. This cognitive dissonance between what they felt they should have been able to do and what was actually possible created psychological wounds that were difficult to heal. The children who survived but lost siblings faced a particularly complex form of grief. They experienced their own trauma from the attack while simultaneously witnessing their parents' devastation over a lost child, creating a dynamic where their own needs for support competed with their impulse to protect or comfort grieving parents. Some felt guilty for surviving when brothers or sisters died, a survivor's guilt amplified by the family context. Some felt invisible, their parents' attention consumed by the dead child's memory. The family structures that remained were shaped by absence in ways that affected every relationship and interaction. The physical space where the school had stood became contested ground in the years that followed. Some argued for a memorial on the site, something permanent to mark what had happened and honour those who died. Others argued for leaving it empty, avoiding any structure that might become a pilgrimage site for those fascinated by violence, preventing the location from becoming a tourist attraction centred on tragedy. The debates reflected broader questions about how communities should remember terrible events, how to balance honouring victims with moving forward, how to prevent memorialisation from becoming another form of exploitation or sensationalism. The attack's influence on American education extended beyond immediate policy changes to affect the culture and psychology of teaching and learning. The idea of the school as a completely safe space was permanently complicated. The concept of threat assessment and the need for vigilance against internal dangers became part of educational discourse in ways that would intensify over the decades. The Bath School disaster served as a reference point, a case study, a reminder that violence could come from unexpected sources and take forms that exceeded normal security planning. The recovery process in Bath Township was neither linear nor complete. There were periods of apparent progress followed by setbacks, anniversaries that re-triggered grief, news of similar violence elsewhere that resonated with local trauma, the deaths of parents who had lost children and who carried that loss to their own graves. The community developed rituals and practices for managing collective memory, but these were always provisional, always subject to revision as new generations came of age, without direct memory of the event, but within a community culture shaped by it. The question of how to teach children about the attack became increasingly pressing as time passed, and as students entered Bath schools with no direct knowledge of what had happened. Educators had to decide at what age such information was appropriate, how much detail to provide, how to frame the event in ways that were honest but not traumatizing. The balance was delicate, honouring history without burdening young children with fears they were not equipped to process, acknowledging the reality without suggesting that schools were fundamentally dangerous places. The families who lost children found that public sympathy, however genuine, had a limited half-life. The outpouring of support in the immediate aftermath gradually diminished as the event receded from headlines, as the national attention moved on to other crises. This left families navigating long-term grief with fewer resources and less public acknowledgement, creating a sense of isolation that compounded their loss. The expectation that they should move on or find closure conflicted with their lived experience of continuing to miss their children, of grief that did not resolve but rather changed form over time. The investigation's findings about the extent of Kehoe's planning, the months of preparation, the quantity of explosives, the sophistication of the wiring system, raised disturbing questions about oversight and prevention. The fact that he'd been able to work in the school building repeatedly without triggering suspicion demonstrated how unprepared institutions were for threats from trusted insiders. The recommendations that followed focused on access, control, background checks, and monitoring of purchases of dangerous materials, but these measures addressed only the most obvious vulnerabilities and could not eliminate the fundamental problem that people with malicious intent and sufficient determination can often find ways to circumvent safeguards. The psychological concept of trauma, as it would later be understood and treated, was not well developed in 1927. Survivors experienced what would now be recognised as post-traumatic stress, intrusive memories, hypervigilance, avoidance of reminders, emotional numbing, but without the vocabulary or therapeutic frameworks to address these symptoms. Many suffered in silence or self-medicated with alcohol or work, strategies that provided temporary relief but left underlying wounds unhealed. The long-term health consequences of untreated trauma, cardiovascular problems, chronic pain, depression, anxiety, would manifest over decades in ways that survivors might not connect to their childhood experience of the attack. The community's efforts to rebuild trust and normalcy were complicated by the fact that the threat had come from within. If Andrew Kehoe, a school board member, a neighbour, someone who had lived among them, could harbour such destructive intent without detection, who else might be concealing similar thoughts? This paranoia was not entirely irrational, but it was corrosive to the social fabric, introducing suspicion into relationships that had previously been characterised by assumption of goodwill. People became more guarded, more watchful, less willing to extend the automatic trust that had characterised rural community life. The role of individual resilience varied widely among survivors and affected families. Some people demonstrated remarkable capacity to rebuild their lives, to find meaning or purpose after loss, to maintain functionality despite ongoing grief. Others struggled profoundly, their lives derailed by depression, substance abuse, or an inability to move beyond the trauma. These differences reflected complex interactions of personality, support systems, previous life experiences, and chance factors that resist simple explanation. The community tried to support all its members, but resources were limited, and understanding of what helped versus what harmed was often based on intuition rather than evidence. The demolition of the damaged school building was both necessary and symbolic. The physical structure had to be removed for safety reasons. It was unstable, it was contaminated with explosive residue, it could not be salvaged. But the act of demolition also served a psychological function, removing a constant visual reminder of the attack, clearing space for the possibility of moving forward. Some people found the demolition cathartic, a necessary step in recovery. Others experienced it as a second loss, the erasure of a place that held both terrible memories and earlier, happier ones from before the attack. The construction of a new school in a different location represented an attempt to create physical and psychological distance from the disaster. The new building was designed with different architecture, different layout, different aesthetic, nothing that would remind students or staff of the destroyed school. But the knowledge that this displacement was motivated by violence rather than practical considerations gave the new school a haunted quality for those who understood its history. Teachers working in the new building knew they stood there because another building had been targeted for destruction, a knowledge that could not be entirely set aside. The legal questions around liability and compensation were murky in an era with less developed civil litigation frameworks. Kehoe was dead and had destroyed his own assets, leaving no estate from which damages could be recovered. The school district had insurance, but the policies were not designed to cover deliberate sabotage of this magnitude. Families received some compensation from relief funds and insurance settlements, but these amounts were often minimal relative to the losses. No sum could compensate for a child's death, and the financial support available did little to address the medical costs for severely injured survivors or the lost income for families disrupted by caregiving needs or psychological disability. The national discourse on the attack focused heavily on Kehoe's mental state, with discussions of whether he was insane or whether his actions reflected calculated evil. This distinction mattered for understanding, but also for the community's need to categorize what had happened in ways that made sense. If Kehoe was insane, his actions could be viewed as the product of disease, terrible but explicable through medical framework. If he was evil but rational, his actions represented a more disturbing possibility that someone could choose mass murder through logical deliberation, that humanity included the capacity for such calculated cruelty. The evidence supported elements of both interpretations, leaving the question unresolved. The impact on children's sense of safety extended beyond Bath Township to affect how parents and educators across the country thought about school security. The attack demonstrated that schools were not inherently safe, that danger could come from unexpected sources, that vigilance was necessary even in settings that seemed benign. This knowledge was both useful and burdensome. It motivated reasonable precautions, but also introduced anxiety into environments that functioned best when children felt secure and free to focus on learning. The community's relationship with outside helpers, the doctors, nurses, investigators, reporters, and others who came to Bath in the aftermath, was complex. These outsiders provided essential services and support that the community could not have managed alone, but they also brought disruption, representing a kind of invasion of privacy and autonomy at a moment of vulnerability. The balance between gratitude for assistance and resentment of intrusion was difficult to manage, and different community members experienced this balance differently, depending on their specific interactions and needs. The long-term economic recovery of Bath Township was hindered by the attack's effect on the area's reputation, and by the loss of community leaders like Emery Huick, whose institutional knowledge and relationships could not be easily replaced. The township had to rebuild not just physical structures, but also administrative capacity, social networks, and the informal systems of cooperation that make small communities function. This rebuilding occurred while the community was still processing grief and trauma, requiring people to maintain practical functionality while managing emotional distress. The surviving teachers who returned to the profession often reported that teaching had changed for them in fundamental ways. The assumption of safety had been replaced by awareness of vulnerability. The trust that had characterized their relationships with students' families was more complicated, shadowed by the knowledge that trust could be violated in catastrophic ways. Some found that this new awareness made them more attentive, more appreciative of ordinary moments with students. Others found it paralyzing, a source of constant low-level anxiety that interfered with their effectiveness and satisfaction. The children who were very young at the time of the attack, preschool age or infants, would grow up in a community shaped by an event they did not directly remember, but that formed part of the environment of their childhood. They heard stories, attended memorial services, grew up aware that Bath Township was the place where that happened. This second-hand trauma had its own effects, creating a sense of living in the shadow of history, of being defined by events that preceded their conscious memory. The question of forgiveness arose in various forms over the years, whether to forgive Kehoe, whether forgiveness was even possible or appropriate for such acts, what forgiveness would mean in practical terms. Some families found that forgiveness was necessary for their own peace, a way to release the burden of hatred and rage that otherwise consumed them. Others found the concept of forgiveness offensive, a minimization of the crime, an inappropriate reconciliation with unforgivable evil. The community did not reach consensus on this question, and different families navigated it according to their own beliefs and needs. The physical reminders of the attack gradually diminished as time passed and as the township changed. Buildings where temporary schools had been held were demolished or repurposed. People who had been directly involved died of natural causes as the decades advanced. Photographs faded and were lost. Memory became increasingly mediated through stories, rather than direct experience. But even as the physical and human landscape changed, the event remained part of the community's identity, a historical fact that could not be erased and that continued to influence how Bath Township understood itself. The Bath school disaster stands in historical record as the deadliest attack on a school in United States history, a distinction that remained true even as later school shootings captured more public attention. The specific circumstances of the attack, the insider status of the perpetrator, the use of explosives rather than firearms, the scale of planning involved, made it unusual even among acts of mass violence. The event serves as a reminder that such attacks are not modern phenomena, that the vulnerability of schools and the willingness of some individuals to target children are not new developments, but recurring elements of human behaviour that require ongoing vigilance and response. The lessons drawn from Bath were multiple and, sometimes contradictory. Some emphasized the need for security measures and threat assessment. Others emphasized the importance of mental health support and economic assistance to prevent the kind of desperation and grievance that can motivate violence. Some focused on the resilience of communities and their capacity to recover from tragedy. Others highlighted the permanent scars that such events leave, the ways that trauma persists across generations. All of these lessons contained elements of truth, and none of them fully captured the complexity of what happened or what it meant. The memorialization efforts that eventually emerged in Bath Township tried to honor the victims without sensationalizing the violence. A memorial park was established with markers bearing the names of those who died, creating a space for reflection and remembrance that was solemn rather than exploitative. Annual memorial services brought together survivors, family members, and community members to mark the anniversary, to share memories, to maintain connection with the event and with each other. These rituals served important functions for those who participated, but they could not resolve the fundamental questions about meaning and purpose that arise in the face of such senseless loss. The story of the Bath School disaster is not primarily about Andrew Kehoe, though he initiated the events. It is about the community that suffered his attack, about the children who died and those who survived, about the families that were shattered and the people who tried to help them heal. It is about the ordinary routines of a spring morning and how quickly those routines can be destroyed, how fragile the structures of daily life are when confronted with deliberate violence. It is about the long aftermath of trauma, the ways that communities carry historical wounds, the difficulty of rebuilding trust and safety after they have been catastrophically violated. The morning of May 18th, 1927 began with the kind of normalcy that makes disaster unimaginable. Children walking to school, teachers preparing lessons, parents assuming their children were safe in the one place they trusted most completely. By afternoon, that normalcy had been revealed as an illusion, the trust as misplaced, the safety as conditional and violable. The people of Bath Township learned that day that schools could be targeted, that neighbours could become murderers, that the ordinary world contained possibilities for horror that exceeded their capacity to imagine. They learned it in the most painful way possible, through the deaths of their children, through the destruction of their community's central institution, through the revelation that someone they knew had spent months planning their suffering. The aftermath stretched across decades, touching lives in ways both obvious and subtle, creating a legacy of grief and resilience that became part of Bath Township's identity. The children who died never grew old. The survivors carried their memories into old age. The community rebuilt its school, its routines, its sense of itself, but it did so with the knowledge that nothing was truly safe, that trust was always provisional, that the worst could happen anywhere, even in a small farming community where everyone knew everyone else. That knowledge was both terrible and necessary. Terrible because it introduced fear into places that should be fearless. Necessary because it reflected a truth about human nature and human vulnerability that once known cannot be unknown. The next story is about to begin. Please relax and enjoy. The Vaillant Gorge cuts through the Italian Alps like a surgeon's incision, precise, clean, almost unnaturally straight. When you stand at certain points along the old roads that wind above it, you can see both walls of the canyon at once, rising nearly vertical from the water below, and the space between them seems barely wide enough to justify the engineering ambition that filled it. The reservoir created by the Vaillant Dam in the late 1950s wasn't the largest in Europe, but it had a particular kind of elegance, a thin ribbon of impounded water stretching back into the mountains, held by a concrete arch that curved like a drawn bow between those narrow rock faces. The dam itself stood 262 metres high, among the tallest in the world at the time, and its designers spoke of it with the kind of pride reserved for structures that make geography negotiable. The towns around the reservoir existed in that peculiar state of alpine villages that have learned to live with engineering, half traditional, half modernised, conscious always of being small human settlements pressed between immense natural forces. Erto and Casso perched on slopes above the reservoir's northern edge, their houses arranged in the terraced fashion common to mountain communities, while Longarone sprawled more comfortably in the wider Piave Valley below the dam, a market town of several thousand people who had lived for generations with the river's rhythms. After the dam's completion, the relationship between these places shifted subtly. The reservoir became a fact of daily life, something you glanced at from windows or walked past on evening strolls, its level rising and falling according to seasonal needs and rainfall patterns that the power company tracked with increasingly sophisticated instruments. By the early 1960s, the dam had been operational for several years, and the initial wariness that accompanies any major alteration to a landscape had largely faded into routine. The concrete had weathered to a lighter grey. The waterline left mineral traces on the rock faces that changed position with the seasons. People knew the sound of the dam's spillways when they opened, the particular echo it made in the gorge. Fishermen had learned which parts of the new reservoir held fish and which remained barren. Children growing up in the valley couldn't remember clearly what the gorge had looked like before, when it had been just a river cutting through rock instead of this managed body of water that reflected the sky and made the whole canyon feel wider somehow, despite the narrowness of the gap. But the mountain, Mount Toc, rising on the southern side of the reservoir to a height of over 1,800 metres, had its own relationship with the engineering project, and that relationship was less settled than it appeared. The slope that descended from Toc's summit toward the water was steep even by alpine standards, a face of limestone and clay that geologists had examined during the dam's planning phases and declared stable enough. Stable enough, though, is a phrase that carries qualifications, and the qualifications themselves can be technical enough that they don't translate well into everyday conversation. The mountain's rock layers tilted toward the reservoir at an angle that looked, to the trained eye, almost like a ramp. Ancient landslides had shaped the slope in the distant past, leaving scars and deposits that told a story of periodic movement. But those events were remote enough, thousands of years remote, that they seemed more like geological trivia than warnings. In the months and years following the reservoir's first filling, Mount Toc began to offer small ambiguous signals that something about its equilibrium had changed. The signals weren't dramatic. A few cracks appeared in the ground near the peak, hairline fractures that widened incrementally over weeks. Instruments planted in the slope, extensometers designed to measure minute movements, began recording shifts. The movements were measured in millimeters at first, then centimeters, following patterns that seemed to correlate with the reservoir's water level. When the water rose, the mountain moved slightly. When it fell, the movement sometimes slowed or stopped. The correlation was clear enough to note, ambiguous enough to debate. Engineers and geologists came to study the slope, walking transects with notebooks and cameras, taking core samples, setting up additional monitoring equipment. Their reports accumulated in files, each one adding detail to a picture that remained stubbornly unclear in its implications. Yes, the mountain was moving. No, the movement wasn't necessarily catastrophic. Slopes can creep for decades, centuries even, without collapsing. The question was whether this particular movement represented a stable creep or the prelude to something larger. The question was complicated by the fact that large-scale slope failures don't announce themselves according to predictable schedules. They can accelerate suddenly, or they can continue at slow rates indefinitely. Reading the mountain required interpreting data that didn't come with clear thresholds between safe and unsafe. By 1963, the monitoring had become more intensive. The company managing the dam, SAID, Società Adriatica di Elettricità, was aware that Mount Toc's behaviour warranted attention. They had increased the frequency of measurements, installed more instruments, and commissioned additional studies. But awareness and alarm are different states, and the distance between them can be crossed in ways that feel reasonable at each individual step, but prove inadequate in retrospect. The movement rates, while increasing, still fell within ranges that seemed manageable. The dam itself showed no signs of stress, no unusual cracks, no deformation. The concrete was doing exactly what concrete is supposed to do. Standing firm, holding back water, converting the reservoir's potential energy into the controlled flow that powered turbines downstream. In the villages above the reservoir, people's relationship with the mountain's movement was more direct and less technical. They could see the cracks. They heard sounds at night, deep grinding noises that didn't match the familiar acoustics of wind or settling snow, sounds that seemed to come from inside the earth. Some residents of Erto and Casso reported small tremors, vibrations felt through floors and walls that didn't correspond to any recorded earthquakes. Trees on the upper slopes began to lean at odd angles, and a few that had stood straight for decades toppled over for no apparent reason. These observations circulated as conversation, not data, and they carried the weight that direct experience has for people who live in a place intimately enough to notice when it changes. The gap between local knowledge and expert assessment is a common feature of disaster stories, and it was present, here in its typical form. The engineers had their measurements and models, their professional obligation to distinguish between genuine threats and the kind of ambient worry that attaches to any large-scale engineering project. The locals had their sensory familiarity with the landscape, their intuitive sense that something was wrong, and their lack of technical authority to translate that sense into language that would compel action. Both perspectives contained truth. Both had blind spots. The engineers were right that movement alone didn't guarantee collapse. The villagers were right that the mountain felt different, that its behaviour had crossed some threshold from normal to abnormal in ways that instruments might not fully capture. Through the summer and into early autumn of 1963, the movement accelerated. The instruments recorded it clearly. Where the slope had been creeping at rates of a few centimetres per week, it began moving at centimetres per day, then multiple centimetres per day. The pattern still correlated with the reservoir level, but the relationship had become more pronounced, more reactive. Sold responded by lowering the water level, reducing the pressure on the slope, trying to slow the movement down. The strategy worked partially. The rate of movement did decrease when the water dropped, but it didn't stop. The mountain continued to shift, now seemingly independent of the immediate reservoir conditions, as if some internal structure had been compromised enough that stability couldn't be restored simply by reversing the external factors that had contributed to its loss. By late September, the situation had reached a point where officials were discussing evacuation plans, though the discussions remained tentative. Evacuating mountain villages isn't a simple administrative act. It means displacing families, disrupting livelihoods, and making a public declaration that danger is imminent, which carries consequences if the danger then fails to materialize. The question was whether the mountain's movement represented an imminent threat or a slower process that could be managed with continued monitoring and caution. The question was also whether a collapse, if it happened, would be partial or total, and whether the dam itself could withstand the impact of rock falling into the reservoir. Engineers had calculated that a landslide of certain dimensions could generate a wave, but the calculations depended on assumptions about how much rock would fall, how fast it would move, and how the water would respond, variables that couldn't be known with precision in advance. The first days of October brought rain, cold fronts moving down from the north, the kind of weather that makes alpine valleys feel particularly enclosed. The reservoir level was being kept low, nearly 40 metres below capacity, as a precautionary measure. Instruments on the slope continued their vigil, recording movement that had now reached speeds of 20 to 30 centimetres per day in some locations, rates high enough that you could, theoretically, watch it happen if you knew where to look and had the patience. But landslides, especially large ones, don't necessarily advertise themselves visually, even when instruments detect them. The mountain still looked like a mountain. The cracks were there if you sought them out, but they didn't dominate the landscape. The slope still held trees, grass, rock formations that seemed solid enough from a distance. On October 8th, the movement rate spiked sharply. The instruments recorded speeds exceeding 80 centimetres per day, then higher still as the day progressed. This was no longer creep in any ordinary sense. This was acceleration towards some kind of threshold, though what lay beyond the threshold remained, even then, unclear. SAID officials made the decision to evacuate Casso and parts of Erto, sending word through the villages that people needed to leave their homes and move to higher ground or to locations outside the immediate threat zone. The evacuation proceeded unevenly. Some families left quickly, others hesitated, wanting to secure belongings or check on neighbours, reluctant to abandon homes based on a danger they still couldn't quite see. By nightfall on October 8th, many residents had relocated, but the villages weren't empty. People remained in houses that now stood in the path of something that had become statistical rather than certain. The night of October 9th began quietly, the kind of mountain quiet where you can hear individual sounds clearly. Wind in trees, water moving somewhere in the darkness, the occasional distant sound of a vehicle on a road. The air was cold enough to carry that particular alpine crispness that makes everything feel sharper, more defined. The reservoir sat dark and still in the gorge below the villages, its surface barely visible, except where moonlight caught it briefly, between passing clouds. The dam stood at the downstream end of this. Contained body of water, concrete rendered almost invisible by darkness, present mainly as the thing that defined the reservoir's boundary, the reason the water ended where it did, instead of continuing down the valley as a river. At 10:39 p.m, Mount Toc's southern slope collapsed. The failure wasn't gradual, it was a single coherent event, approximately 260 million cubic metres of rock, soil and forest detaching from the mountainside and sliding into the reservoir in a mass that moved as one enormous block. The volume is difficult to comprehend in abstract terms, but it represented essentially the entire unstable portion of the slope, a section roughly 2 kilometres long and over a kilometre wide, thick enough that the rock mass had substance and weight that could be measured, not in tons but in fractions of cubic kilometres. This much material doesn't fall like a rock slide or tumble like loose debris. It slides as a unified body, maintaining enough internal coherence that it descends the slope, almost intact, moving on a layer of clay that had become slick enough, through a combination of water saturation and sustained pressure, to act as a lubricant. The sound was immediate and immense, but not particularly loud in the way explosions are loud. It was deep, a low-frequency rumble that travelled through rock and air, simultaneously, more felt than heard at first, a vibration that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere. People who were still in Erto and Casso felt their houses shake, felt the ground move beneath them with enough force that furniture shifted and dishes rattled. Those who went to windows or stepped outside saw, in whatever light was available, the mountain's outline changing, the slope reconfiguring itself, an entire face of the mountain dropping away into darkness. But even seeing it, the scale was hard to grasp. The movement happened fast. The initial slide took approximately 45 seconds. But 45 seconds is long enough that the mind tries to process what it's witnessing, tries to fit it into frameworks of understanding that don't quite apply to something this large moving this quickly. The rock hit the reservoir with an impact that can be calculated in terms of kinetic energy, but felt to anyone nearby like the world breaking. The mass displaced water with instant, total efficiency. The physics were simple and unstoppable. A huge volume of solid matter entering a confined space filled with liquid, the liquid having nowhere to go except up and out. The wave that resulted wasn't a wave in the sense of ocean surf or even flood surge. It was a movement of the entire reservoir's volume, a sudden reorganization of all that water responding to the space that rock had claimed. The wave moved in multiple directions simultaneously. Part of it surged up the valley toward Erto and Casso, a wall of water climbing the slopes above the reservoir's normal shoreline, reaching heights of over 200 meters in some places as it crashed into the valley walls and funneled upward through the terrain's natural contours. The villages, even those on higher ground, were struck by water that had been at lake level seconds earlier and was now airborne, moving with enough force to destroy buildings, uproot trees, and scour away anything not anchored to bedrock. The wave reached Casso in less than a minute after the landslide, arriving as darkness and sound and sudden cold, the kind of overwhelming physical force that doesn't allow for response, only survival or its absence. But the larger portion of the wave, the majority of the displaced water, moved in the other direction, toward the dam. The dam, which had stood as the valley's central piece of infrastructure, the concrete that made the reservoir possible, now served mainly as an obstacle in the path of water that had been given, by the landslide's impact, enough energy to go almost anywhere. The wave hit the dam and did what water does when confronted with a barrier that's high but not infinite. It went over. The overtopping wasn't a simple overflow like a bathtub overfilling. It was a surge that carried approximately 50 million cubic meters of water, roughly half the reservoir's volume, over the dam's crest in a matter of seconds. A cascade that fell 260 meters into the gorge below, with enough force that the sound reached towns many kilometers away. A roar that people later described as sounding like continuous thunder or a freight train that never passed. The dam itself survived. This detail, more than almost any other, defines the Vaillant disaster's particular horror. The concrete arch stood firm, barely cracked, structurally sound. The engineers who had designed it had done their work well. The dam could withstand the pressures it was designed to withstand, could hold back the reservoir's weight, could perform its function as a barrier. What the design couldn't account for was the mountain itself entering the equation as an active, variable, the possibility that the threat would come not from water pressure, but from the water being given so much kinetic energy so quickly that the dam's height became irrelevant. The dam stood, and the water went over it, and the valley below received the full force of both facts at once. Longarone, in the Piave Valley below the dam, sat approximately 2 kilometres downstream. The town had roughly 4,000 residents on the night of October 9th, most of them in their homes, as the hour approached 11 p.m. It was a Wednesday, late enough in the evening that businesses were closed and streets were mostly empty, the kind of quiet that characterises small towns on weeknights. The Piave River ran through the valley as it always had, a familiar presence, high with autumn rain, but nothing unusual, nothing that suggested the river's normal behaviour was about to become catastrophically abnormal. The wave that came over the dam entered the Piave Valley as a moving mass of water and debris, carrying the energy of a 260-metre fall. It wasn't river water anymore, wasn't even really a flood in the conventional sense. It was the contents of a reservoir arriving all at once, compressed into seconds instead of distributed across seasons. The front of the wave reached Longarone in approximately 3 minutes after the landslide, moving at speeds that later calculations estimated at over 100 kilometers per hour at points. This velocity, combined with the volume, meant that the wave didn't rise gradually or announce itself with preliminary flooding. It arrived as a moving wall, visible only as an absence of whatever had been there before. Streetlights vanishing, the sound of the river suddenly magnified into something incomprehensible, and then darkness filled with force. The town's position in the valley meant it took the impact almost directly. Buildings constructed of brick and stone, houses that had stood for generations, Commercial structures built to modern standards all encountered forces they hadn't been designed to resist. The water hit with enough pressure to collapse walls, to strip buildings down to foundations, to carry away everything not anchored deeply enough to hold against the surge. The debris carried by the wave, rock, mud, trees, pieces of structures already destroyed upstream, added to the destructive force, turning the water into a grinding, abrading mass that didn't just flood, but scoured, removing rather than merely covering. For people inside buildings, when the wave hit, the experience compressed into a sequence that the mind couldn't process in real time. Sound first, a roar that grew impossibly loud, louder than seemed physically possible, sound that became pressure that you felt before you heard, then impact, walls failing, floors tilting, the sudden sense of everything solid becoming mobile. Cold followed immediately, the specific numbing cold of mountain water in October, water that had been in a reservoir, eerie, minutes earlier, and was now everywhere, rising faster than you could climb, filling spaces faster than you could move. Darkness was total. Electric lights failed instantly, and even moonlight disappeared behind the mass of moving water and debris. Some people survived by being in buildings that happened to be positioned just outside the wave's main path, or on upper floors of structures that partially withstood the impact, or by pure chance, being thrown clear, finding air pockets, ending up in wreckage that stayed afloat long enough to be carried to the edges of the flood zone. But these survivals were exceptions, statistical outliers in a disaster whose scale was defined by how thoroughly it removed a town from the landscape. The wave continued down the valley beyond Longarone, striking smaller communities, Pirago, Villanova, Rivalta, Faye, with diminishing but still devastating force, each town losing buildings and lives to water that carried the accumulated debris of everything it had already destroyed. The entire event, from landslide to the wave's final dissipation, several kilometres down the valley, lasted less than 10 minutes. By 10:50 p.m, the water had settled into new configurations. Pools in low spots, debris dams creating temporary lakes, the Piave River resuming something like its normal course but swollen and choked with wreckage. The reservoir behind the dam, meanwhile, had lost most of its volume. The landslide's mass now filled the gorge almost completely. The rock that had fallen from Mount Tok occupied so much space that the reservoir essentially no longer existed. Where there had been water held back by a dam, there was now a valley filled with broken mountain and only a shallow lake remaining in the spaces between rock. The silence that followed was its own kind of violence. The roar ended, the movement stopped, and what remained was an absence of all the normal sounds that define inhabited places. No voices, no traffic, no dogs barking, no distant radios or conversations drifting from windows. The darkness was equally absolute. The electrical grid for the entire area had failed, and the only lights were from fires that had started in the wreckage, small flames that made the darkness visible by contrast, but illuminated almost nothing useful. Anyone still conscious and mobile in the flood zone found themselves in a landscape that had lost all familiar landmarks, where streets had become channels filled with debris, where buildings that had oriented the town's geography were simply gone, leaving only foundations or random sections of wall. Rescue efforts began almost immediately, but faced challenges that made organised response nearly impossible in the first hours. The roads into Longarone were blocked by debris or washed away entirely. Communication lines were down. The scale of what had happened wasn't clear to anyone except those who had experienced it directly, and most of those people were either dead or too disoriented to provide coherent reports. Initial responders came from nearby towns that had felt the ground shake or heard the inexplicable roar and came to investigate, arriving to find a scene that defied immediate comprehension. A valley that looked like it had been scraped clean, mud and wreckage where a town should be, and the pervasive smell of disturbed earth and broken things. As word spread through the region, the response scaled up. Soldiers, firefighters, civil defence workers, and volunteers converged on the valley from across northern Italy. By dawn on October 10th, the first organised search and rescue teams were working through the wreckage, looking for survivors, marking bodies for later recovery, trying to establish some sense of order in chaos. The work was slow and dangerous. Debris piles were unstable, water still pooled in unpredictable places, and the risk of secondary collapses or further flooding remained. The searchers moved carefully, calling out, listening for responses, digging when they found signs of life, or when survivors' accounts suggested someone might be trapped in a particular location. The survivors they found in those first hours were typically people who had been caught in the wave's periphery rather than its centre, or who had managed, through extraordinary luck, to find air and survive the initial impact and the cold. A woman pulled from wreckage told rescuers she had been in her kitchen when the wall collapsed, had been carried by water through what felt like tumbling darkness, and had come to rest wedged in debris with just enough space to breathe. A child was found in a tree, several hundred metres from where his house had stood, hypothermic but alive. These rescues were celebrated as minor miracles, but they were rare. More common were the discoveries that required no urgent action. Bodies in the mud, in collapsed buildings, tangled in debris that had come to rest in configurations that preserved them as evidence of where they'd been when the wave arrived. The dam, throughout all of this, remained standing at the head of the valley, visible once daylight returned as a clean concrete curve that looked almost absurdly intact, given what had happened. The contrast was surreal enough that early reports from the disaster zone sometimes struggled to convey it. How could the dam be undamaged while the valley below was destroyed? The answer lay in understanding that the dam had performed its structural function perfectly. It had held against the water's pressure. The failure wasn't in the concrete, but in the assumption that the concrete alone defined the system's safety. The dam had been built to contain a reservoir, and it had contained that reservoir right up until the moment when the mountain itself entered the reservoir and made containment irrelevant. Geologists and engineers who arrived to assess the scene found themselves looking at a landslide of exceptional size and character. The rock mass from Mount Toc had travelled approximately 400 metres vertically and slid roughly 2 kilometres, maintaining enough coherence during the slide that it arrived in the reservoir more or less intact as a single block. The impact had created the wave, but it had also effectively filled the reservoir basin with rock, creating a new topography that buried the old valley bottom under hundreds of metres of displaced mountain. The surface of this new formation was chaotic. Jumbled rock, mud, uprooted trees, pieces of the slope's previous surface now tilted and inverted. But beneath the surface chaos was the mass of the slide itself, settled into a configuration that would prove remarkably stable once it stopped moving. The question of why the landslide happened when it did, after months of measurable movement, became a focus of investigation. The immediate trigger appeared to be a combination of factors. The continued creep had progressively weakened the slope's internal structure. Rain had added weight and saturation to the rock mass, and the cyclical filling and lowering of the reservoir had created a kind of fatigue in the clay layers that served as the slide's eventual failure plane. But these factors alone didn't fully explain the timing. Landslides of this scale have their own complex mechanics, thresholds that can be approached asymptotically for long periods before being crossed suddenly. The mountain had been moving for years, accelerating for months, and then on the night of October 9th, something shifted enough that the entire unstable mass let go at once. In the days following the disaster, as rescue operations continued and the death toll climbed, attention turned increasingly to questions of responsibility and warning. The movement of Mount Toc hadn't been secret. It had been monitored, measured, discussed in technical reports and management meetings. Sade had lowered the reservoir level in response to the movement, had installed more instruments, had even begun evacuating villages in the final days before the collapse. But these actions, while not nothing, hadn't been sufficient to prevent the disaster or to adequately protect the population downstream. Longarone had received no warning, no evacuation order, no alert that would have given its residents time to leave the valley before the wave arrived. The assumption had been that the dam would protect the downstream communities, that whatever happened with the mountain, the concrete barrier would prevent catastrophic flooding. Survivors and the families of victims struggled with this realization that the danger had been known, that experts had been watching the mountain move, that decisions had been made about what levels of risk were acceptable and what warnings were necessary, and that these decisions had somehow led to thousands of people being in the path of a disaster that killed them without warning. The anger was complicated by the fact that the disaster's mechanism had been in some sense unprecedented. Large landslides into reservoirs had happened before, but none quite like this, none that had displaced enough water with enough force to overtop a dam this high and destroy a town this completely. The uniqueness didn't excuse the failures of warning and protection, but it did complicate the assignment of blame. The death toll, as it was compiled over the following weeks, reached 1,117 people. This number included victims from Longarone, from the smaller towns downstream, from Erto and Casso above the reservoir, and from scattered houses and farms throughout the affected area. The count was complicated by the fact that many bodies were never recovered, either buried under rock too deep to excavate, or carried so far down the valley that they were never found, or rendered unidentifiable by the violence of the wave's passage. Lists of the missing were compiled, matched against lists of the confirmed dead, and the gaps that remained represented people whose fates could be assumed but not verified, absences that would never be resolved into certainty. The town of Longarone essentially ceased to exist as a coherent community. Of its roughly 4,000 residents, approximately 900 died. The survivors were dispersed, some to hospitals with injuries, others to temporary housing in surrounding towns, a few to relatives elsewhere in Italy. The town's physical infrastructure was gone, its buildings reduced to rubble and foundations, its streets buried or washed away. In the immediate aftermath, there was no Longarone to return to, only a debris field that marked where the town had been. The question of whether and how to rebuild would come later, after the dead were buried and the wreckage cleared, after the shock had faded enough to allow for planning. The trial that eventually followed the disaster became one of the longest and most contentious in Italian legal history. Prosecutors brought charges against engineers and officials from Sada, arguing that they had failed to adequately warn the population, despite knowing the risks, that they had prioritized the economic value of the reservoir over public safety, that their actions constituted a form of criminal negligence. The defence argued that the disaster had been unprecedented and unforeseeable, that the decisions made had been reasonable given the information available at the time, that hindsight was being used to criminalise what had been legitimate engineering judgment. The trial lasted years, heard from hundreds of witnesses, and examined thousands of pages of technical documentation before reaching verdicts that satisfied almost no one. Some defendants convicted of relatively minor charges, others acquitted, and the fundamental question of whether the disaster could have been prevented left unresolved in any definitive way. For the survivors and the broader Italian public, the trial provided some measure of acknowledgement that the disaster had been more than a natural catastrophe, that human decisions had played a role in its unfolding. But acknowledgement isn't the same as justice, and justice isn't the same as restoration. The people who died on October 9th, 1963 remained dead. The town that had been destroyed remained destroyed, and while Longarone was eventually rebuilt, new buildings on new foundations, laid out in a plan that tried to honour the old town's memory while accommodating modern needs. The new town was inevitably different, occupied by different people living in a different relationship to the valley and its history. The dam itself became a monument, though not the kind its builders had envisioned. It still stands, concrete, weathered by decades but structurally sound, a tourist attraction for those interested in engineering disasters and historical tragedy. The reservoir it was built to create no longer exists. The valley remains filled with the rock from Mount Tock's collapse, a new landscape that has gradually been colonised by vegetation, but still shows the scars and chaos of the landslide's impact. You can visit the site, walk across the top of the dam, look up at the mountain slope that no longer exists in its pre-1963 configuration. Look down at the valley where Longarone stood, and try to imagine the sequence of events that connected these three elements into a disaster. The technical lessons from Vajont were absorbed into engineering practice globally. Reservoirs in geologically complex terrain now receive more intensive study before construction. Slope monitoring protocols have become more sophisticated. The relationship between reservoir levels and slope stability is better understood. Dam safety regulations include more explicit consideration of landslide risks and the potential for waves to overtop even structurally sound barriers. These improvements are real and meaningful. Disasters since Vajont have been prevented by engineers who learned from what happened in that Italian valley. But the improvements also carry the implicit acknowledgement that Vajont's victims paid the price for knowledge that came too late for them. What remains most haunting about the Vajont disaster isn't the scale of the death toll, though that's certainly part of it, nor the drama of the landslide and wave, though those elements are striking enough. It's the peculiar character of the disaster as something that was both sudden and slow, both surprising and telegraphed. The mountain moved for months, providing ample evidence that something was wrong. The instruments recorded it, the experts discussed it, the villagers felt it in their homes and saw it in the landscape. The danger existed in a space between certainty and uncertainty, known enough to worry about, but not definitively understood enough to compel the most drastic responses. And then, on a quiet October night, the uncertainty resolved itself in the worst possible way, and everyone who had been living in that space between knowledge and action found themselves on one side or the other of a line that had been crossed in seconds. The people of Longarone went to sleep on October 9th in a town that felt safe enough. They were downstream from a dam that had been built by experts, that stood as evidence of human ability to control natural forces. They had no particular reason to think that night would be different from any other. The mountain's movement, happening kilometres away and mostly out of sight, wasn't their concern. It was something for engineers to worry about, for instruments to measure, for officials to manage. This delegation of worry is reasonable. It's how modern society functions. We trust experts to monitor threats, institutions to respond appropriately, infrastructure to perform as designed. And most of the time, this trust is warranted. Most nights are like other nights. Most structures do perform as designed. Most warnings that are issued turn out to have been necessary, or at least defensible. But the gap between most and all is where disasters live. The Vajont disaster happened in that gap, in the space where expert knowledge was real but incomplete, where warnings were given but not to everyone who needed them, where infrastructure performed perfectly at its designed task but the task turned out to have been defined too narrowly. The dam held. The mountain fell. The water found a path, and the valley below, which had been relying on the dam to keep it safe, discovered that safety is more complicated than concrete, that the threats we prepare for aren't always the threats that arrive. In the years since 1963, the Vajont disaster has been studied, commemorated, mythologized, and gradually absorbed into the category of historical events that people know about without necessarily understanding deeply. It appears in lists of the world's worst dam disasters, though it's atypical even in that category. A disaster where the dam didn't fail. It's taught in Engineering schools as a case study in the importance of considering all possible failure modes, not just the obvious ones. It's referenced in discussions of risk communication and the challenges of translating technical uncertainty into public action. Each of these framings captures something true about what happened, but they also have a tendency to abstract the disaster into lessons and principles, to move it from the realm of lived experience into the realm of knowledge that can be transmitted and applied. The challenge of writing or speaking about Vaillant is maintaining the connection between those two realms, between the disaster as a subject of study and the disaster as something that happened to actual people on a specific night in a particular valley. The statistics are important. 260 million cubic meters of rock, a wave over 200 meters high in places, 917 deaths, a dam 262 meters tall that survived intact. But the statistics don't capture what it felt like to be in Erto. When the mountain let go, to hear that deep rumble and feel your house shake and know, without knowing how you know, that something irrevocable was happening. They don't capture what it was like in Longarone in the seconds when the wave arrived, when the normal reality of a Wednesday night was replaced by darkness and force and cold. They don't capture the morning after, when rescuers found a valley that looked like it had been edited, where entire sections of the landscape had been removed and replaced with chaos. One of the survivors from Longarone, interviewed decades later, described the sound of the wave as something that made you understand what the word roar really meant. Every sound you'd called a roar before, machinery, storms, crowds, was revealed as just noise in comparison to this sound that was so loud and deep that it stopped being sound and became environment, became the only thing that existed for those seconds when it was happening. She said, you couldn't think. While it was happening, couldn't really be scared in any normal way because the part of your mind that processes fear couldn't function under those conditions. The fear came later, after you survived, when you had time to understand what you'd survived and how close you'd come to not surviving, and then it stayed with you. A background presence that changed how you experienced ordinary things like rain or rivers, or even the sound of wind in trees. Another survivor, from Casso, described walking through the village the next morning and seeing houses that had been sheared in half by the wave, rooms open to the air like dollhouses, furniture still in place but coated in mud, everything rendered strange and uninhabitable. He remembered finding his neighbour's kitchen table on a hillside hundreds of metres from where the house had stood, the table intact and recognisable, surrounded by debris that had once been other people's homes and lives. The randomness of what survived and what didn't felt, he said, like it should mean something, like there should be a pattern you could understand that would explain why this object made it through intact while other, similar objects were destroyed. But there was no pattern, just physics and chance, and learning to live with that randomness, with the knowledge that survival and death in the disaster had been mostly arbitrary, was its own kind of trauma. The memorials built in the years after the disaster tried to create spaces for grief and remembrance that could contain this kind of experience. In Longarone, a cemetery was established for the victims, with rows of simple markers bearing names and dates, and a larger monument featuring a sculpture of a mother and child. In Erto, a museum was eventually created in one of the buildings that survived, filled with photographs from before the disaster, artifacts recovered from the wreckage, and displays explaining the geological and engineering context. These spaces serve important functions. They give survivors and relatives a place to visit. They educate visitors about what happened. They ensure that the disaster remains in public memory rather than fading into obscurity. But memorials also freeze the disaster at a particular moment, creating a version of the event that can be visited and understood in ways that the actual lived experience never was. The museum's explanations make sense of the landslide's mechanics in ways that probably would have been impossible for anyone experiencing it in real time. The cemetery's ordered rows impose a kind of structure on deaths that were chaotic and sudden. This isn't a criticism of memorials. They're doing what memorials do, which is to take experiences that are overwhelming and traumatic and make them accessible to memory and contemplation. But it's worth noting the gap between the memorial and the thing being memorialized, between the quiet space where you can stand and reflect, and the valley as it was on the night of October 9th, when reflection wasn't possible and quiet was the last thing anyone would have used to describe the environment. The mountain itself, or what's left of it, looms over all of these attempts at commemoration and understanding. Mount Toc is still there, diminished by the volume of rock that slid away, but still a significant peak, still defining the valley's southern edge. The scar from the landslide is visible from various vantage points. A lighter coloured expanse where the slope's surface layer was stripped away, a face that's steeper and more raw than the surrounding terrain. Over the decades since 1963, vegetation has begun to reclaim the scar, but it's still obvious where the mountain is newer, where the rock exposed by the landslide hasn't had time to weather and accumulate the biological layers that make old slopes look soft and established. Looking at that scar, knowing what it represents, creates a strange temporal compression. The landslide itself lasted less than a minute. The mountain's movement leading up to it lasted months, maybe years if you count the subtle shifts that began as soon as the reservoir first filled. The consequences, the deaths, the destroyed towns, the trials, the trauma, have lasted decades and will last as long as anyone remembers what happened. All of these durations exist simultaneously in the landscape. The instant of collapse, the slow lead-up, the long aftermath, all compressed into a geological feature that you can see from a distance and recognise as abnormal, but which doesn't, on its own, convey the human dimensions of what occurred. This compression of timescales is part of what makes the Vajont disaster difficult to hold in mind completely. It's a story that requires attention to both the immediate and the gradual, to the seconds when everything changed and the months when change was accumulating, but could still, theoretically, have been stopped or redirected. It requires thinking about the mountain's geology operating on timescales of thousands of years, the ancient landslides that had shaped the slope, the slow tilting of rock layers, and about the dam's construction happening over a handful of years in the 1950s, and about the reservoirs filling and lowering happening seasonally, and about the final acceleration of the landslide happening over hours, and about the wave itself happening over minutes. Each timescale is necessary to understand what happened, but they don't fit together easily into a single narrative. The disaster is also difficult to hold in mind because it violates certain expectations about how engineering failures should work. We expect dams that fail to show cracks, to leak, to give some sign of structural inadequacy before they collapse. The Vajont Dam showed no such signs. It was, by all engineering measures, a successful structure. We expect disasters to have clear villains or obvious mistakes, decisions that are unambiguously wrong and could have been, obviously, avoided. The decisions made about Vajont were more complicated than that. They were judgments made under uncertainty, balances struck between competing concerns, interpretations of data that could be read multiple ways. This doesn't absolve anyone of responsibility, but it does make the assignment of responsibility more complex than simply pointing to a clear error and saying, that shouldn't have been done. Perhaps the most difficult aspect of understanding Vajont is accepting that the disaster was both preventable and, in some sense, not obviously so at the time. With hindsight, we can see the warning signs clearly, can trace the sequence of decisions that led to thousands of people being in danger, can identify points where different choices might have changed the outcome. But hindsight is a form of knowledge that people living through events don't have access to. The engineers monitoring Mount Toc in 1963 didn't know they were living through the prelude to one of the world's worst landslide disasters. They knew they were dealing with an unstable slope that was moving, and they were trying to make decisions about that situation using the knowledge and tools available to them. Some of their decisions were good, some were inadequate. All of them were made without the benefit of knowing what the mountain would do on the night of October 9th. This gap between knowledge at the time and knowledge in retrospect is a feature of most disasters, but it's particularly stark in Vaillant's case because the monitoring was so extensive and the warning signs so clear. It creates a kind of tragic irony. The disaster was well documented as it approached, measured, and recorded by instruments that provided precise data about the mountain's movement. And yet this documentation didn't prevent the disaster or even ensure adequate warning for everyone in its path. The instruments measured, the experts analysed, the decisions were made, and then the mountain fell anyway, and the measurements and analysis proved to have been insufficient to prevent what they had been tracking. In the decades since 1963, other disasters have followed patterns similar to Vaillant's in certain respects. Events where warning signs were present but not acted upon adequately, where expert knowledge existed but wasn't translated effectively into protective measures, where the gap between what was technically known and what was done with that knowledge led to preventable deaths. Each new disaster of this type prompts renewed attention to the lessons of previous ones, renewed commitments to do better at recognizing and responding to warning signs, renewed efforts to improve the systems and institutions that are supposed to protect people from known hazards. But the pattern keeps repeating, which suggests that the problem isn't simply a lack of knowledge about what went wrong in specific past disasters. It's something more systemic about how organizations make decisions under uncertainty, about how individuals and institutions weigh competing priorities, about the human tendency to normalize risk when it doesn't immediately manifest as harm. The engineers at Vaillant knew the mountain was moving, but the movement had been happening for months without causing disaster, and this history of non-disaster made it possible to believe that the movement could be managed, monitored, kept within acceptable bounds, right up until it couldn't. This normalization of risk is visible in small details from the months before the disaster. The instruments recording the mountain's movement became part of the routine. Someone's job to check them, record the data, file the reports. The movement itself became familiar, a known issue rather than an urgent threat. The cracks in the ground, the tilted trees, the sounds at night, these became part of the landscape's character rather than active warnings. This is how human psychology works. Things that persist without causing immediate harm start to feel like the new normal, and the urgency that should attach to warning signs gets diluted by familiarity and the absence of consequences, until the consequences arrive, at which point the warning signs are reinterpreted, but too late. The villages above the reservoir experienced this normalization directly. In the early days of noticing the mountain's movement, there was alarm, genuine fear about what it might mean, urgent conversations about whether they should leave. But as weeks passed and then months and the mountain kept moving but nothing catastrophic happened, the alarm faded into wariness, and the wariness eventually into a kind of resigned accommodation. People continued living in their homes, tending their gardens, going about their routines because what else were they supposed to do? Move away permanently based on the possibility of a disaster that might never come. The decision to stay wasn't reckless. It was a reasonable response to an ambiguous situation, a choice to continue living rather than to let fear dictate every action. And then, for many of them, it was the wrong choice, though they had no way of knowing that until it was too late to change it. This is the cruelty embedded in disasters like Vaillant. The choices that seem reasonable at the time can turn out to have been fatal, and the knowledge that would have made the choices different only becomes available after the moment for choosing has passed. The people in Erto and Casso who stayed in their homes on October 9th weren't stupid or in denial. They were making the same kind of calculation that all of us make all the time, weighing risks against the disruption of responding to those risks. trying to live normal lives in the presence of uncertainty. Most of the time, this calculation works out fine. Sometimes it doesn't. The disaster's aftermath included, among many other things, a reckoning with this reality that reasonable people making reasonable choices can still end up dead. That being informed about risks doesn't always translate into being adequately protected from those risks. That the systems we build to keep us safe, dams, monitoring instruments, expert institutions, can fail not because they're poorly built, but because the threats they're designed to address can take forms that weren't fully anticipated. This reckoning was painful and incomplete, and it didn't resolve into simple lessons or clear paths forward. It left survivors and the broader public with a more complicated relationship to safety, infrastructure, and expertise, still relying on these things because they're necessary, but aware now that they're not sufficient, that the gap between protection and vulnerability can be crossed faster than anyone would like to believe. For the families of the victims, the reckoning was more personal and immediate. They had to learn to live with absences that were sudden and final, with losses that came without warning or chance for goodbye. The people who died in Longarone were having ordinary evenings when the wave arrived, eating dinner, watching television, getting ready for bed, maybe reading or talking or just sitting quietly as the day ended. There was no time to prepare, no moment of realization that allowed for final words or gestures. One moment they were alive and the next they weren't, and the people who survived or who weren't there that night were left with a kind of absence that's particularly hard to process because it came with no transition, no gradual decline, no final illness or accident that could be understood as an ending. The grief that followed took many forms. Some families focused on practical matters, identifying bodies, arranging funerals, dealing with insurance and property issues, trying to rebuild some version of their lives. Others became consumed by the need to understand what had happened, to piece together the sequence of events to establish who knew what and when, and why different decisions were made. Still others withdrew into private mourning, unable or unwilling to engage with the public dimensions of the disaster, needing to process their losses in ways that didn't involve testimony or commemoration or participation in the collective reckoning that was taking place in courtrooms and newspapers. All of these responses were valid, and all of them were inadequate to the reality of what had been lost. This is the nature of grief after sudden mass death. There's no response that's proportional to the loss, no way to process it that feels complete or satisfying. The gap between the experience of losing someone and any possible response to that loss is unbridgeable. And the best that survivors can do is find ways to live with the gap, to build lives that acknowledge the absence without being entirely defined by it. For some valiant survivors, this took years. For others, it's a project that was never completed, a gap they learned to live alongside, but never to close. The town of Longarone, when it was eventually rebuilt, embodied this tension between acknowledgement and moving forward. The new town occupied some of the same geographic space as the old one, but was laid out differently, with wider streets and more modern buildings, constructed to different standards with awareness of the valley's potential hazards. The rebuilding was necessary. People needed places to live. The region needed its economic and administrative functions restored, but it also meant accepting that the old town was gone in ways that couldn't be reversed. You can't rebuild a community by rebuilding buildings. The buildings are just structures. The community was the people, and most of them were dead. The new Longarone developed its own character over time, populated by survivors and their descendants, by people who moved in from elsewhere, by a generation who grew up knowing the disaster as history rather than experience. The town's identity became partly defined by what had happened there. You can't ignore a disaster that killed most of your population, but also by the need to be something more than a disaster site, to have an existence that wasn't entirely overshadowed by October 9th, 1963. This balance was and remains delicate. The memorials and museums keep the memory alive, but they also risk fixing the town's identity in the past, making it hard for Longarone to be anything other than the place where the Vajont disaster happened. For visitors to the area now, the disaster exists in multiple registers simultaneously. You can stand on top of the dam and look at the engineering, the clean concrete arc, the precision of its construction, the way it fits into the gorge like it was meant to be there. You can look up at Mount Tok and see the landslide scar. Imagine the volume of rock that's no longer there. Try to picture what it must have looked like when it let go. You can look down the valley toward where Longarone sits and try to imagine water falling 260 metres and then continuing down the gorge with enough force to destroy a town. All of these perspectives are available, along with the museums and memorials that provide context and explanation. But the disaster itself, the actual experience of being there when it happened, remains inaccessible, knowable only through survivor testimony and forensic reconstruction, never fully graspable by people who weren't present. This is true of all historical events, but it's particularly acute for disasters, where the extremity of the experience creates a kind of experiential gap that can't be crossed by description or imagination alone. You can understand intellectually what happened at Vajont, can learn the mechanics of the landslide and the wave, can memorize the statistics and timelines, but understanding it experientially, knowing what it was like to be in the valley that night, that remains unavailable except to those who are there, and even they struggled to put it into language that fully conveyed the reality. In the years immediately after the disaster, when the trials were ongoing and the rebuilding was just beginning, there was a period of intense public attention to Vajont. The disaster was news, was a subject of debate and investigation, was something people across Italy and beyond were aware of and discussing. But public attention has a limited duration, and as other events displaced Vajont in the news, as the trials concluded and the rebuilding progressed, the disaster gradually moved from immediate concern to historical event. This fading from public consciousness is natural and probably necessary. Societies can't remain focused on any single event indefinitely, but it also means that the disaster's lessons risk being forgotten along with the details of what happened. This is why the memorials and museums matter, why survivors and historians continue to tell the story, why engineering students still study Vajont decades later. The effort is to prevent the disaster from becoming purely historical, to keep it present enough that its lessons remain available, that the warning signs it revealed continue to be recognized and acted upon when they appear in new contexts. But this effort fights against the natural human tendency to move on, to focus on present concerns rather than past catastrophes, to believe that disasters that happened before won't happen again because we've learned from them. The question of whether we actually learn from disasters is more complicated than it might seem. Certainly specific technical lessons get absorbed, dam safety regulations were improved after Vajont, landslide monitoring became more sophisticated, the relationship between reservoirs and slope stability is better understood. These are real improvements that have likely prevented other disasters, but the deeper lessons about how to make decisions under uncertainty, about how to weigh competing priorities, about when to issue warnings and how urgent to make them, these seem harder to learn in ways that reliably prevent the next disaster. Each new catastrophe reveals gaps in previous understanding, shows that the lessons from earlier disasters weren't quite sufficient, demonstrates that safety is always provisional, always dependent on the specific configuration of risks that happens to be present. Vajont's particular lesson might be this: that you can monitor a threat extensively, can have detailed data about how it's developing, can make decisions based on expert analysis of that data, and still end up with thousands of people dead because the data was interpreted in ways that underestimated the threat, or because the warnings weren't issued to everyone who needed them, or because the protective measures in place, like the dam, turned out to protect against the wrong thing. This lesson is uncomfortable because it undermines the reassurance that expertise and infrastructure are supposed to provide. We want to believe that if threats are being monitored by competent people using good instruments, then we're safe. Vaillant shows that this belief, while often justified, isn't guaranteed. The monitoring at Vaillant was exemplary in many ways. The instruments were placed correctly, the data was collected regularly, the experts analysing it were qualified and serious. The failure wasn't in the monitoring itself, but in the decisions about what the monitoring meant and what actions it should trigger. Should the villages have been evacuated earlier? Should the reservoir have been drained completely? Should Longarone have been warned that a catastrophic wave was possible? In retrospect, the answer to all of these questions is yes. At the time, with the information and incentives and institutional pressures that existed, the decisions went differently. This gap between retrospective clarity and real-time ambiguity is where disasters often live, in the space where reasonable people make inadequate choices because the full dimensions of the threat aren't yet visible. One of the experts involved in monitoring Mount Toc, interviewed years later, described the experience of watching the instruments record accelerating movement and trying to decide what it meant. He said that every day presented a choice. Either the movement was still within a range that could be managed, in which case dramatic interventions weren't yet necessary, or it had crossed some threshold into imminent catastrophe, in which case dramatic interventions were urgently needed. But where exactly was that threshold? The instruments measured movement, not imminence. They could tell you the mountain was moving faster, but they couldn't tell you whether faster movement meant collapse was hours away, or weeks away, or whether the movement might stabilise at a new rate without collapsing at all. Making decisions based on this kind of data, he said, meant constantly calibrating between overreaction and underreaction, between causing disruption based on a threat that might not materialise and failing to act urgently enough when a threat was real. The psychological pressure of this calibration was intense. You were responsible for people's safety, but you were also responsible for not causing unnecessary panic or economic damage. You wanted to be cautious, but caution has costs, and if you're cautious about every ambiguous signal, you end up crying wolf so often that people stop listening when the real threat appears. So you make judgments, you try to strike balances, and sometimes those judgments turn out to have been catastrophically wrong, and you have to live with that knowledge. This testimony captures something essential about disasters like Vaillant. They're not usually caused by people who are negligent or incompetent. They're caused by the normal difficulty of making good decisions under uncertainty, compounded by institutional pressures and human psychology, and the sheer complexity of natural systems that don't behave according to simple rules. The mountain didn't have malice. The dam didn't have a design flaw. The experts weren't fools. The disaster happened anyway, emerging from the interaction of geology and engineering and human judgment in ways that individually seemed manageable but collectively produced catastrophe. For the people who died in Longarone, none of this context would have mattered. They didn't know about the instruments on Mount Toc or the debates about threshold criteria or the complexities of decision-making under uncertainty. They knew they lived downstream from a dam. They probably assumed the dam meant they were safe from floods. And then one night, water came over the dam and killed them. The gap between their understanding of their situation and the actual risks they faced was total. And it was a gap that the system, the experts, the institutions, the infrastructure, was supposed to bridge, but didn't. This failure of the system to protect people who were relying on it is, in many ways, the core tragedy of Vaillant. The individual deaths were tragedies too, obviously. Each person who died was a loss with its own circle of grief and disruption. But the collective tragedy was that these deaths happened despite extensive monitoring, despite expert attention, despite infrastructure that was performing exactly as designed. The system didn't break, it was insufficient, and this insufficiency was revealed not gradually, in ways that allowed for correction, but suddenly, in a disaster that killed nearly 2,000 people in a matter of minutes. The question of how to prevent such failures in the future remains difficult. You can improve monitoring, and it has been improved. You can refine decision-making protocols, and they have been refined. You can build in more conservative safety margins, and that's been done too. But you can't eliminate uncertainty, can't make every threat unambiguously clear. Before it becomes dangerous, can't design systems that are immune to the kind of complex failure that Varjont represented. What you can do is try to be more humble about the limits of expertise and infrastructure, more willing to err on the side of caution when warning signs appear, more attentive to the gap between what instruments measure and what people experience. Whether these lessons have been learned sufficiently is debatable. In the decades since Varjont, there have been other dam disasters, other landslides, other failures of warning systems and protective infrastructure. Each one prompts renewed attention to safety and renewed commitments to do better. And each one also reveals that doing better is harder than it sounds, that the distance between knowing what should be done and actually doing it remains significant. This isn't an argument for despair or for abandoning efforts at improvement. It's just an acknowledgement that safety is always incomplete, always provisional, always dependent on getting a complex array of things right simultaneously, and that the margin for error is sometimes smaller than we'd like to believe. For the people living in the Varjont Valley now, the survivors who stayed, the descendants who grew up there, the newcomers who've moved in since, the disaster exists as both history and presence. It's history in the sense that it happened decades ago, that most of the valley's current residents weren't there when it happened, that the physical landscape has been partially restored or rebuilt. But it's present in the memorials and museums, in the stories that get told, in the way the valley's geography is understood and discussed, in the awareness that this is a place where something terrible happened and could theoretically happen again, though the specific configuration of threats that existed in 1963 no longer does. Living in the shadow of a disaster site requires a particular kind of psychological accommodation. You have to acknowledge what happened. The valley won't let you forget, even if you wanted to, but you also have to live normally, to treat the landscape as a place for daily life, rather than just a memorial to catastrophe. This balance is similar to what survivors of the disaster itself had to achieve, finding ways to move forward while carrying the knowledge of what they'd experienced, building new lives that acknowledged the losses without being entirely consumed by them. It's a difficult balance, and it gets struck differently by different people, with some leaning more toward remembrance and others more toward moving on, but all of them negotiating the presence of the past in their present lives. The dam, standing intact while the valley below was destroyed, remains the disaster's most powerful symbol, a representation of the gap between what we build to protect ourselves and the actual scope of the dangers we face. It's a well-built structure, exactly as it was designed to be, and it's also completely inadequate to the disaster it was supposed to prevent, or at least to what we imagine dams are supposed to prevent. This paradox, success and failure embodied in the same concrete arch, captures something essential about the relationship between human engineering and natural forces. We can build impressive things, can alter landscapes and control rivers and create reservoirs where none existed before, but the control is never total, and the confidence we place in our structures is always, to some degree, faith rather than certainty. When you stand on top of the Varjont Dam now, looking at the rock-filled valley behind it and the rebuilt landscape below, the feeling is hard to describe. There's awe at the engineering, at the audacity of building something this large in such a difficult location. There's sorrow for what's happened, for the lives lost and the town destroyed. There's unease at the mountain looming above, still bearing the scar of its collapse, still a presence that makes you aware of the landscape's potential for violence. And there's a kind of temporal vertigo, a sense of standing at the intersection of multiple time frames. The geological deep time of the mountain's formation, the historical time of the disaster and its aftermath, the immediate present of your own moment of observation. All of these feelings coexist, and none of them quite captures the full reality of what Vajont represents. It's a disaster site, yes, but it's also a place where people still live and work. It's a memorial to the dead, but it's also a landscape that has continued beyond the disaster, that has seasons and weather and the ongoing life of a mountain valley. It's a lesson in hubris and the limits of engineering, but it's also a demonstration of human resilience, of the ability to rebuild and continue after catastrophe. It's all of these things simultaneously, and the effort to hold them all in mind at once is part of what makes Vajont such a haunting, an important piece of history. The final thing to understand about the Vajont disaster is that it didn't end on October 9th, 1963. The landslide ended, the wave ended, the immediate dying ended. But the disaster, as a phenomenon, as something that continued to affect people and places and systems, went on for decades and continues in diminished form even now. Survivors lived with trauma and loss for the rest of their lives. Families remained incomplete, with absences that couldn't be filled. The valley's communities were fundamentally altered, their populations reduced and scattered. The legal and political reverberations lasted years. The lessons were absorbed slowly and unevenly into engineering practice and institutional memory. And the awareness, the knowledge that this happened, that it could have been prevented, that the gap between what was known and what was done was wide enough for nearly 2,000 people to die. That awareness remains uncomfortable and necessary, a reminder that safety is never guaranteed and vigilance is never optional. In quiet moments when the valley is still and the only sounds are wind and water and the ordinary business of a mountain landscape, it's possible to almost forget what happened there. The rock filling the gorge looks permanent. The rebuilt towns look settled. The mountain looks stable. The dam looks like what it is, an impressive piece of engineering that has stood for more than half a century. But the forgetting is only ever partial, only ever temporary. The memorials ensure that. The survivors ensure that. The shape of the landscape itself ensures that, bearing as it does the physical traces of the disaster, the landslide scar, the altered topography, the concrete arch that survived while everything around it changed. And perhaps this inability to fully forget is appropriate. Perhaps the valley should carry the marks of what happened there, should resist complete normalization, should retain enough strangeness to remind visitors and residents alike that the ground beneath their feet has a history, that the structures humans build are impressive but not invincible, that the mountains that seem so permanent are capable of sudden, catastrophic movement. Perhaps the unease that comes from being in the Vajont Valley, from seeing the dam and the scarred mountain and the rebuilt towns, is a useful unease, a reminder that the world is less stable than it appears, that disasters can emerge from the intersection of natural forces and human decisions, that the price of safety is not just good engineering, but constant attention to the gap between what we think we know and what we actually know. The valley is quiet now. The dam stands, the mountain has been still for decades, and somewhere in that stillness is the memory of October 9th, 1963, when the mountain moved and the water followed, and nearly 2,000 people died because the systems designed to protect them were insufficient in ways that no one fully understood until it was too late. The memory persists not as accusation or a simple lesson, but as a kind of presence, a weight the valley carries, a knowledge that can't be unlearned, a reminder that engineering and expertise and infrastructure, for all their value, are never quite enough to guarantee that tomorrow will resemble today, that the night will pass quietly, that the valley will remain a safe place to sleep. The next story is about to begin. Please relax and enjoy. The Sierra Nevada stands quiet tonight, the way it has stood for thousands of years, peaks carved by ice and time, valleys holding snow like a cupped hand holds water. If you were to walk these mountains now, in daylight, you would see granite faces that catch the sun, forests of pine and fir that smell clean and sharp, meadows that turn gold in autumn. At night, the temperature drops fast. The air becomes a different substance, thin and cold, pressing against your skin like a question you haven't answered yet. The mountains don't move, they don't need to. They simply wait, patient and indifferent, while seasons pass and weather arrives in waves, rain then snow, then the deep accumulation that changes the shape of everything. This is a place that remembers, though not in words. The snow remembers by melting. The trails remember by vanishing. The trees remember by growing around what blocks them, slow and stubborn. And if you listen carefully, if you let yourself settle into the rhythm of wind through branches and the distant sound of water finding its way downhill, you might sense the weight of a particular winter, one that arrived early and stayed long, one that turned a difficult journey into something else entirely. In the spring of 1846, the idea of California felt like open space on a map, a place where land was available and weather was mild, and a person could start over if they were willing to work. Families gathered in Independence, Missouri, and other jumping-off towns along the Missouri River, assembling wagons and oxen, packing tools and seed and clothing, preparing for a journey that would take months. The Oregon-California Trail was not new by then. People had been moving west for years, and while the trip was hard, everyone knew it was hard, it had a rhythm to it, a known sequence of landmarks and river crossings and mountain passes. You left in the spring when the grass was up, so your animals could graze. You travelled in groups for safety and company. You kept moving day after day, knowing that the clock mattered. Winter in the mountains was not a thing you could negotiate with. You had to be through before it arrived. The Donner Party, though they didn't call themselves that yet, wouldn't think of themselves as a single doomed unit, was a collection of families joined by timing and proximity. There were the Donners, George and Tamsin, Jacob and Elizabeth, their children, extended kin. There were the Reeds, James and Margaret, their children, hired hands. There were others, dozens of others, joining and leaving the larger wagon train as circumstances shifted. Some were farmers, some were merchants, some were people who'd heard about opportunity and decided to risk the long road to reach it. They carried practical hopes, a piece of land, a fresh start, work that would support a family, the kind of ambitions that sound small when you say them out loud, but require enormous faith when you're packing everything you own into a wagon and pointing it toward a horizon you've never seen. At the beginning, the journey felt manageable. Difficult, yes, always difficult. The trail was rutted and dusty. The pace was slow. The heat in summer could be brutal. Wagons broke down. Oxen went lame. Children got sick. But these were known problems, familiar problems, the kind you could prepare for if you were careful and steady. The larger trains moved in long lines, kicking up dust that hung in the air for hours. At night, people camped in loose circles, made fires, cooked meals that tasted like smoke and exhaustion. There was a sense of shared effort, of being part of a flow of people, all moving in the same direction, with the same general hope. By late June, the wagon train had reached Fort Bridger, a rough trading post in what is now Wyoming. They had covered more than 1,000 miles. They were tired but on schedule. And then a choice appeared, the way choices often do, not dramatic, not obviously dangerous, just a different option that sounded reasonable when someone explained it. A man named Lansford Hastings had written a guidebook promoting a new route, a cut-off that would save time and distance by swinging south of the Great Salt Lake, instead of following the established northern route through Fort Hall. Hastings himself was at Fort Bridger, talking to emigrants, describing the route in confident terms. It was shorter, he said, easier, faster, the kind of language that sounds appealing when you're exhausted and worried about the calendar and aware that every day of delay brings winter a little closer. The Donner and Reed families, along with others, decided to take the cut-off. It wasn't a reckless decision in the moment. It was a calculated gamble based on information from someone who claimed to know the route. They were trying to save time. The cut-off did not save time. What followed was a slow unravelling, the kind that doesn't announce itself with a single disaster, but instead drains you in increments. The route led through dense forests that had to be cleared, trees felled and dragged aside so wagons could pass. It led through the Wasatch Mountains, steep and difficult terrain, where progress was measured in feet per hour, not miles per day. It led across the Great Salt Lake Desert, a flat white emptiness where heat shimmered in waves and water was scarce, and the distance stretched farther than anyone had expected. Days turned into weeks. The shortcuts that were supposed to compress the journey instead expanded it, pulling the calendar forward while the party crept across land that felt endless. Supplies thinned, tempers frayed. The oxen, already worn from months of travel, began to weaken. Some died in the desert, some wandered off and were lost. The group's pace, which had been steady if slow, began to fracture. People argued about decisions already made, about whether to keep pushing or rest, about how much food to ration and whether rescue would come if they sent for help. The emotional baseline shifted from, "This is hard but we'll make it," to "We might not make it if something else goes wrong." By the time they reached the eastern edge of the Sierra Nevada in late October, they were behind schedule by weeks, perhaps a month or more. The mountains rose ahead of them, granite and pine, beautiful in the way that wild places are beautiful when you have time to notice. But they didn't have time. They had urgency and dread and the knowledge that snow in the high country could arrive any day. They pushed forward, climbing the rough trail toward what would later be called Donner Pass, trying to cross before the weather turned. On October 28th, the first major blizzard arrived. It came fast, the way storms in the mountains often do. Clouds thickening, temperature dropping, wind picking up until it felt like a living thing pressing against your face. Snow began to fall, heavy and wet, accumulating faster than you could clear it. The trail, already narrow and difficult, disappeared under white. The wagons stopped. The oxen couldn't pull through drifts that deep. The people, exhausted and cold, realized with a kind of slow creeping horror that they were not going to make it over the pass. Not that day, not that week, maybe not at all. They were trapped, not lost, they knew where they were. The pass was right there, just ahead, visible on clear days as a gap in the mountains. But knowing where you are doesn't help when the path forward has been erased by snow and wind and cold, so deep it makes your lungs ache. The party split into camps, some at the eastern base of the pass near what would later be called Donner Lake, others a few miles back at Alder Creek. They built shelters, rough cabins, lean-tos, anything that could hold heat and block wind. They settled in to wait, hoping the weather would break, hoping someone would come, hoping the food would last. Winter in the mountains has a weight to it that's hard to describe if you've never felt it. It's not just cold. Cold is a temperature, something you can measure and prepare for. This was something else, a presence, a pressure, an erasure of options. The storms came in waves, sometimes days apart, sometimes back to back, with barely a breath between them. Snow piled up until the cabins were half buried. Drifts rose higher than a person's head. The world shrank to the size of a shelter, a fire, the space between you and the people you were trying to keep alive. Days blurred together. You woke up cold, you tried to stay warm. You rationed food, a little dried meat, a little flour, a scrap of something saved from before. You kept children quiet because crying used energy, and energy was something you couldn't afford to waste. You listened to the wind at night, a constant howl that sounded almost like voices, and you waited for morning because morning meant light, and light meant you'd survived another night. Time distorted. A week could feel like a month could feel like a year. The calendar stopped mattering in the usual way. What did it matter if it was November or December, when every day looked the same, felt the same, demanded the same small acts of survival? And yet time still moved, indifferent and steady, pulling you deeper into winter with every storm that passed. The food ran out in stages, first the flour, then the dried meat, then anything that could reasonably be called food. People boiled hides to extract whatever nutrition remained in the leather. They ate bones. They scraped bark from trees and boiled it into a thin, bitter broth. Hunger is a strange companion. At first it's sharp, demanding, impossible to ignore. Then it becomes a constant hum, a background noise you learn to live with, even as it weakens you, even as it makes every movement slower and every decision harder. Children asked questions. When will we leave? When will someone come? Is there food tomorrow? The adults tried to answer in ways that wouldn't add fear to hunger, wouldn't make the waiting harder than it already was. But the truth was, no one knew. No one knew when the weather would break. No one knew if anyone outside even realized they were trapped. No one knew how long a person could survive on nothing. The storms didn't arrive on a schedule. That was part of the terror. You might have 3 days of clear weather. Just enough to think maybe it's over. Maybe we can try to move. And then another blizzard would roll in and bury everything again. The snow became a kind of calendar, a way to mark time. This storm, that storm. The one that lasted 4 days. The one that came at night and buried the door so you had to dig your way out in the morning. Hope became a careful, private thing. You didn't say it out loud because saying it felt like inviting disappointment. You held it quietly, like a small flame you had to protect from wind. Maybe someone would come. Maybe the weather would clear long enough to try. The pass. Maybe there was food left somewhere you hadn't thought to look. Maybe. By mid-December, it was clear that waiting was not a strategy. It was just slow surrender. A group began to form, quietly at first, then with more urgency. A small party of the strongest, the ones who could still walk, who could still carry a pack, who could still believe they had enough left to make it through the mountains on foot. They called themselves the Forlorn Hope, a name that carried its own grim honesty. 17 people, men and women, some with children left behind in the camps, set out on makeshift snowshoes, carrying what little food remained, aiming for the western settlements in the Sacramento Valley. They left on December 16th, stepping into a landscape that had become alien, white in every direction, cold enough to freeze skin in minutes, silent except for the crunch of snow and the rasp of breath. The journey was supposed to take a week. It took more than a month. Storms caught them in the open. Food ran out within days. The cold became a physical enemy, something that hunted them, crept into their clothes, their boots, their bones. People began to die from exhaustion, from exposure, from the slow shutdown of a body that has nothing left to burn. The survivors made decisions that were too heavy to detail, choices born from a desperation so complete it erases the usual lines between what is thinkable and what is not. They kept moving because stopping meant dying. They kept moving because somewhere ahead, beyond the snow and the mountains and the endless white, there were people who didn't know they were dying, who couldn't help because they didn't know help was needed. On January 17th, 1847, 7 survivors of the Forlorn Hope staggered into a settlement in the Sacramento Valley. They were skeletal, frostbitten, barely coherent, but they carried a message. There are people trapped in the mountains, dozens of them, families, children. They're dying. You have to go now. The news spread fast. Relief efforts began to organise, though winter made everything harder. The mountains were still locked in snow. The trails were impassable for wagons, difficult even for people on foot. But the urgency was clear, and groups of men began to assemble, volunteers, guides, people who knew the mountains and were willing to risk the journey. The first rescue party left in early February, climbing back into the snow, with packs of food and supplies. They reached the camps on February 19th, 1847, emerging from the trees like ghosts, like an answer to prayers that had been whispered so many times they'd stopped feeling like prayers and started feeling like just words you said to fill the silence. The relief parties found people who barely looked like people anymore, thin beyond recognition, weak beyond movement, eyes that had seen too much and now looked at rescuers with a kind of stunned disbelief. Is this real? Are you real? Will you stay? The rescuers distributed food carefully, knowing that bodies that starved can't handle abundance, that eating too much too fast can kill. They assessed who could walk and who couldn't, who could be moved immediately, and who would need to wait for the next group. Because there had to be a next group. The first rescue party couldn't carry everyone out. The snow was too deep, the distance too far, the people too weak. So they took who they could, mostly children, mostly the ones who could still walk if someone held their hand, and they started back down the mountain, leaving others behind, with the promise that more help was coming. The promise was kept. More rescue parties arrived over the following weeks, fighting through storms and snowdrifts, and the constant risk that the weather would turn and trap them too. Each group took more survivors, carrying those who couldn't walk, guiding those who could, moving in slow, careful lines down slopes that in summer would be easy and in winter felt like descending through another world entirely. The evacuations had a strange quality, orderly on the surface because panic wasted energy, because keeping calm was the only way to stay functional. But underneath, there was chaos, the silence of deciding who goes first and who waits, the weight of small bundles, tokens, letters, scraps of home that people couldn't bear to leave behind, even when leaving behind meant survival. The strange emotional clash of seeing green again, after months of white, of feeling sun that actually carried warmth, of realising that the world outside the mountains had continued as if nothing had happened. By late April 1847, the last survivors came out of the mountains. The winter arc was over. The road continued, but everyone was changed. Of roughly 87 people in the Donner Party, about 46 survived. The numbers are approximate because records from the time are incomplete, because some people joined the party late or left early, because chaos doesn't keep careful lists. But the scale is clear. More than half died, some from starvation, some from exposure, some from illness or injury, or simply the slow erosion of will, when every day is the same fight and you can't see an end. The story spread fast, faster than the survivors themselves. By the time they reached California settlements, people were already talking about the Donner Party, already shaping the events into narrative, already deciding which details mattered and which didn't. The story became legend quickly, sometimes in distorted ways, sometimes sensationalized beyond recognition. The truth was already unbearable. The cold, the hunger, the deaths, the choices made in extremity. But the legend added layers, turned human beings into archetypes, turned a historical tragedy into a cautionary tale that emphasized horror over context. What gets lost in the legend is the ordinariness of how it started. These were not reckless people. They were not fools stumbling into danger. They were families making a calculated decision based on information that turned out to be wrong. They took a shortcut because they were afraid of being late, because winter was coming and every day mattered, because someone they trusted told them it would work, and it didn't. That's the lesson that lingers, the one that transcends the specific geography and calendar of 1846. Shortcuts can be stories we tell ourselves when we're afraid of falling behind. Nature doesn't chase you, doesn't need to. It simply exists, patient and indifferent. And if you mistime your arrival, if you underestimate the distance, or the difficulty, or the speed at which weather can change, it will close around you like a door you can't reopen. The mountains didn't hunt the Donner Party. The mountains didn't care. They just stood there, holding snow, while people tried and failed to cross. That's not cruelty. It's just physics. Cold is cold, distance is distance, Time moves at one speed and you either match it or you don't. In the aftermath, survivors tried to rebuild lives that had been shattered. Some stayed in California, some returned east, some talked about what happened, some never spoke of it again. The trauma didn't end when the snow melted. It lived in bodies that remembered hunger, in minds that remembered cold, in the quiet spaces where grief sits when there's no language adequate to hold it. Children who survived grew into adults who carried the memory differently than those who'd been old enough to understand what was happening. The very young ones might not remember the details, might only have fragments, images, feelings that surface without context. The older ones remembered everything, and the weight of that remembering shaped the rest of their lives. History has a way of smoothing rough edges, of turning lived experience into narrative, of making the unbearable sound bearable, because it's distant, because it's over, because we can tell it in past tense and wrap it in lessons learned. But the people who lived through that winter didn't experience it as history. They experienced it as now, as the endless present tense of survival, as the minute-by-minute negotiation of how to stay alive when everything necessary for life is running out. The Sierra Nevada stands quiet tonight, the way it always has, the way it always will. Snow falls in winter, it melts in spring. The cycle repeats, indifferent to human presence, to human suffering, to the small dramas of timing and terrain that occasionally align to create disaster. The trails that vanished under snow in 1846 are there again now, marked and maintained, travelled by people who cross in summer and never think about what the past looks like in January. The lake where the Donner Party camped is still there, cold and clear, reflecting sky. The mountains remember by not remembering, by simply being what they are. Rock and snow and distance, patient and permanent. If you were to visit now in daylight, you would see beauty. Granite peaks, pine forests, meadows that bloom in summer. You might pause at a historical marker, read a brief summary, take a photo. You might feel a small shiver, the kind that comes from knowing something terrible happened here once, even if the details are hazy, even if the story has been compressed into a few stark facts. And then you would move on, because that's what we do. We visit history, we don't live in it. But at night, when the temperature drops and the air becomes thin and sharp, when the wind moves through the trees with a sound like breathing, you might feel something else. Not ghosts, nothing so dramatic. Just the weight of accumulated time. The presence of a winter that taught lessons no one wanted to learn. The mountains don't speak, they don't need to. They simply exist, holding their silence, while the world changes around them, and the seasons turn, and people continue to make choices about timing and distance and risk. The lesson, if there is one, is not about blame. It's not about pointing fingers at decisions made under pressure by people who are doing their best with incomplete information. It's about the fragility of plans, the speed at which circumstances can shift from difficult to impossible, the way a single choice, one turn, one delay, one miscalculation, can cascade into consequences that dwarf the original decision. It's about the fact that nature operates on its own schedule, and our schedules, no matter how carefully constructed, are provisional at best. The Donner Party left Missouri in the spring of 1846 with reasonable expectations. They would travel west. It would be hard. They would arrive in California before winter. Thousands of people made the same journey and survived. The Donner Party took a different route, and the timing collapsed, and winter caught them in the mountains, and everything changed. That's the story. Not a moral fable, not a judgment, just a sequence of events that unfolded the way they did because of weather and geography and human decisions that seemed sound until they weren't. In the camps by the lake and at Alder Creek, during those long months when the storms came and went, and the food ran out and people died, there must have been moments of terrible clarity, moments when the full weight of their situation became undeniable. We are trapped. No one is coming. We might die here. And in those moments, the mind does strange things. It bargains, it denies, It searches for hope in places where hope has no logical basis. It tells stories to keep itself intact, stories about rescue that's just over the next ridge, about weather that will break tomorrow, about strength that will somehow return even though there's nothing left to burn. And sometimes those stories are true. Rescue did come, the weather did break, some people did survive, did walk out of the mountains, did feel sun on their faces again, and eat food that wasn't leather or boned, and sleep in beds that didn't require digging out from snow first. The stories that kept them alive long enough for rescue to arrive were not lies, they were tools, necessary fictions that became necessary truths because believing them made survival possible. But the cost was high. Survival came with a price that couldn't be calculated in miles travelled or pounds of food consumed. It came with the price of witnessing, of making choices, of living through events that would replay in memory for the rest of their lives. The survivors carried the mountains with them forever, not as a place they'd visited, but as a place that had marked them, changed them, made them into different people than they'd been before. Years later, when journalists and historians asked survivors to recount their experiences, some spoke freely, some spoke reluctantly, some refused entirely. The ones who spoke often struggled to find words adequate to the experience. How do you describe cold that makes your teeth ache? How do you describe hunger that goes beyond pain into a kind of numbness? How do you describe the sound of wind at night when you're half buried in snow and you don't know if morning will come? The language we have for these things is insufficient. We say cold and hungry and afraid, but those words in normal use don't carry the weight they need to carry when you're talking about extremity, about the edge of human endurance, about the place where the body starts to shut down because it has no other options. The children who survived, the ones who were small enough to be carried, young enough that their memories might be fragmentary, grew up into a world that knew their names, knew their story, had opinions about what they'd endured. Some of them embraced that identity, became speakers and writers, used their survival as a platform to talk about resilience and faith and the human capacity to endure. Others rejected it, changed their names, moved to places where no one knew their history, built lives that had nothing to do with the winter of 1846. Both responses make sense. Trauma doesn't come with instructions. You survive it however you can, and then you live with it however you must. The rescuers, too, carried the experience. The men who climbed into the mountains in February and March and April, who saw what starvation looks like, who carried children, who weighed almost nothing, who left people behind, knowing they might not make it back in time. They came down changed. Some had nightmares, some couldn't talk about it, some talked about it constantly, trying to process what they'd seen, trying to make sense of how quickly a person can go from alive to almost dead, how thin the line is between survival and collapse. One of the recurring themes in survivor accounts is the silence. Not the absence of sound. There was plenty of sound, wind and storms, and the creak of cabins settling under snow. But the human silence, the way people stopped talking because talking required energy, and energy was something you hoarded. Conversations became brief, functional. Pass the water. How are the children? Did you hear that? Questions and answers compressed to their smallest possible form. The long meandering talks that happen around campfires, the stories and jokes and complaints and observations, those disappeared. What remained was essential communication, stripped of everything except necessity. And in that silence, people were left alone with their thoughts, with fear, with grief, with the slow realization that they might die here, that this might be the end, that the mountains they'd hoped to cross would instead become their grave. That kind of knowing is different from abstract awareness of mortality. Everyone knows they'll die eventually, but knowing you might die today, or tomorrow, or next week, knowing that death is not a distant inevitability, but a present possibility creeping closer with each day the food doesn't arrive, that changes how you think about everything. Some people responded with prayer, some with anger, some with a kind of numb acceptance, some with frantic activity, as if staying busy could keep death at bay. There's no single right way to face your own potential end. People did what they could with what they had, emotionally, and spiritually, and physically. They endured. That's the simplest and most accurate word. They endured until enduring became surviving, until surviving became rescue, until rescue became aftermath. The Sierra Nevada in winter is not inherently hostile. It's simply itself, a place where weather happens, where snow accumulates, where temperatures drop, and wind blows and the landscape transforms into something that doesn't accommodate human plans. In other seasons, the mountains are approachable. People hike and camp and fish and climb. They take photographs. They marvel at the views. The mountains allow this, not because they're generous, but because conditions permit it. In winter, conditions don't permit it. The mountains don't change. Our ability to move through them does. This is not a metaphor. It's physics. Cold is cold. Snow is snow. Distance is distance. The Donner Party understood this intellectually. They knew winter in the mountains was dangerous, knew they needed to cross before the snow came. But understanding something intellectually and experiencing it viscerally are different. You can know that cold kills and still be unprepared for what that actually feels like, for the way it creeps into your body and slows your thoughts and makes every movement harder than it should be. You can know that hunger weakens and still be unprepared for the way it empties you out, turns you into something that barely recognizes itself. The story of the Donner Party is often told as a cautionary tale about poor planning, about taking bad advice, about the dangers of shortcuts. And those elements are present. But the deeper story is about time and chance, about the way small delays accumulate into disaster, about the razor-thin margin between we made it and we didn't. If they'd been a week earlier, if the storms had been a week later, if the shortcut had been what it promised. If. History is full of ifs that don't matter because they didn't happen, but the people living through those moments didn't know which ifs would matter and which wouldn't. They were making decisions in real time, with limited information, trying to choose the best option from a set of imperfect choices. And they got it wrong, not because they were stupid or reckless, but because the information they had was incomplete, and the person who gave them that information was overconfident, and the margins were thinner than anyone realised. By the time they understood the mistake, it was too late to correct it. They were committed. All they could do was keep moving forward and hope it would be enough. It wasn't enough, not for everyone. By late spring, when the last survivors were finally out and the mountains were greening and the snow was melting into streams that fed the valleys below, the physical journey was over. But the story was just beginning. Newspapers picked it up. Writers embellished it. Details were added, removed, distorted, sensationalized. The human beings became characters. The tragedy became legend. And the legend, like all legends, took on a life of its own, separate from the people who'd actually lived it. The survivors faced this legend for the rest of their lives. Some fought against it, tried to correct the record, insisted on the truth of what happened versus what people said happened. Others gave up, let the legend be, figured that fighting it was more exhausting than just living with it. Either way, they couldn't escape it. The Donner Party was famous, infamous, a story everyone knew or thought they knew, even if what they knew was more myth than history. What does it do to a person to have the worst period of their life become public property, to know that strangers discuss your suffering over dinner, debate your choices, judge your decisions? To see your trauma turned into entertainment, into cautionary tale, into the subject of books and articles and lectures? The survivors of the Donner Party didn't ask for that. They were just trying to get to California. They made a choice that didn't work out. And for the rest of their lives, that choice defined them in the eyes of the world. But they were more than that choice. They were parents and children and siblings and friends. They had lives before the mountains and lives after. They had hopes and fears and dreams that had nothing to do with snow or hunger or survival. They were whole people, complex and contradictory, funny and boring and kind and frustrated and ordinary. The mountains were a chapter, a terrible chapter, but not the whole story. Still, it's the chapter people remember, the chapter that gets told and retold, that gets examined and analysed and turned into lessons about human nature and endurance and the limits of hope. And maybe that's inevitable. Tragedy has a gravity that pulls attention. Ordinary happiness doesn't. We tell stories about disasters because they're dramatic, because they teach us something, because they remind us how fragile our plans are, how quickly everything can change. But in the telling, we sometimes forget the living. We focus on the deaths, the suffering, the extremity. We talk about what people did to survive without fully reckoning with what it cost them to do it, without acknowledging that survival is not the same as being okay. You can survive something and still be destroyed by it. You can walk out of the mountains and spend the rest of your life trying to walk out of them again, trying to leave behind what can't be left behind. The Sierra Nevada doesn't care about any of this. The mountains stand. The snow falls. The seasons turn. The trail that was impassable in 1846 is passable. Now, when the weather permits, modern travellers cross the same ground in hours that took the Donner Party weeks. Technology changes the equation. Knowledge changes it. But the fundamental relationship between human fragility and natural indifference remains the same. We are small. The world is large. And timing matters more than we like to admit. On a quiet night, if you were standing where the camps once stood, you wouldn't see much. Trees, rocks, maybe snow, depending on the season. Maybe the lake, calm and dark, reflecting stars. The physical evidence of what's happened is mostly gone. The cabins rotted or were dismantled. The personal items, the few that weren't carried out, decomposed or were buried or were collected by people interested in relics. What remains is the story, and the story has taken so many forms that it's hard to separate what actually happened from what we've decided happened, what we need the story to mean. But at its core, stripped of legend and embellishment and moral framing, the story is simple. A group of people tried to cross the mountains. They were delayed. Winter came early. They got trapped. Some died. Some survived. Rescue came. Eventually, it was over. That's the skeleton. Everything else, the details, the choices, the suffering, the aftermath, is flesh on those bones. And the flesh is complicated and human and messy in all the ways that real life is messy. The people who died in the mountains didn't die neatly. They didn't deliver last words or find peace or go gently. They died cold and hungry and probably afraid, their bodies giving out after weeks or months of slow starvation and exposure. They died in shelters that barely kept out the wind, surrounded by people who couldn't help them because there was no help to give. They died knowing that they were so close. The settlements were just over the mountains, just a few days' travel in good weather, and yet impossibly far because the weather wasn't good and their bodies had nothing left. The people who survived didn't survive cleanly. They survived by doing whatever they had to do, by making choices they never thought they'd have to make, by pushing past limits they didn't know they had. They survived and then had to live with having survived, had to carry the memory of what survival required, had to navigate a world that wanted them to be inspiring or horrifying or instructive, but rarely just allowed them to be human. And now, more than a century and a half later, we tell their story, we shape it, we use it, we argue about what it means and what lessons it teaches, and whether the people involved should be admired or pitied or blamed. We do this because the story is powerful, because it touches something deep in us, the fear of being trapped, of running out of time, of making a choice that turns out to be catastrophically wrong. The story is a mirror. We look into it and see our own vulnerabilities reflected back. But the story is also a window Through it, we can glimpse something about human endurance, about the capacity to keep going even when there's no logical reason to keep going, about the small acts of care and courage that happen in extremity. We can see that survival is not just a physical process, but an emotional and social one, that people kept each other alive, not just by sharing food, but by sharing hope, by refusing to give up on each other, even when giving up would have been easier. We can see that rescue is not a single moment, but a process, that help comes in waves, that sometimes saving people means making impossible choices about who to save first and who has to wait. We can see that the aftermath of trauma is long and complicated, that coming down from the mountains was not the end of the story, but the beginning of a different kind of struggle. We can see all of this if we look carefully, if we resist the urge to simplify, if we hold space for complexity and contradiction, and the fact that people in extremity are still people, flawed and brave and scared and stubborn and ordinary. The Sierra Nevada stands quiet tonight. The winter of 1846 is long over. The people who lived through it are long dead. Their bodies returned to earth, their stories filtered through generations of retelling. What remains is memory, collective and individual, accurate and distorted, useful and painful. What remains is a reminder that the mountains are patient, that nature operates on its own terms, that timing matters, that small choices can have enormous consequences. What remains is also this: the knowledge that people can endure almost anything if they have to, that survival is possible even in impossible circumstances, that rescue can come even when hope has worn thin, that the story doesn't end with the disaster, but continues into aftermath and recovery and the long work of living with what happened. This is not a comfortable knowledge. It doesn't resolve into easy lessons or clear morals. It sits in the space between tragedy and resilience, between individual choice and collective circumstance, between the specific history of 1846 and the universal human experience of facing impossible situations with insufficient resources. The mountains don't offer answers. They just stand there, holding their snow, marking their seasons, indifferent to human questions. And maybe that's the point. Maybe the story of the Donner Party is not about finding meaning, but about sitting with the fact that sometimes there is no meaning. Sometimes disaster is just disaster. Sometimes people suffer and die and survive for reasons that don't add up to a satisfying narrative. Or maybe the meaning is simpler. Be careful with time. Respect the natural world. Understand that your plans are provisional. Help each other when you can. Keep moving when you must. Hold hope gently, and remember that the mountains will still be here long after your story is over. Tonight your room is warm, your breath is slow. This story is finished for now. The mountains stay in history, patient and permanent, while you stay here, safe, resting. You don't have to solve winter tonight. You don't have to cross anything. You can let your body sink into comfort. Let your mind release its grip on the details. Let the weight of the story settle somewhere it can't disturb your sleep. Breathe in, slow and steady. Breathe out, even slower. The past is past. The mountains are distant. You are here, now, in this moment. And this moment is gentle. Let it hold you. Let the story fade into the background. Become just one more thing you know. One more piece of history that lives in the world without requiring anything from you right now. Close your eyes if they're not closed already. Feel the weight of your body, the security of your bed, the quiet around you. The Sierra Nevada stands somewhere out there in the dark, covered in snow or bare under stars, doing what it has always done. Just being, just existing, just holding its place in the world. And you're here, breathing, resting, safe. The journey is over. The mountains are quiet. Sleep can come now, gentle and slow, like snow falling on distant peaks, like time moving forward while you rest. like the long exhale at the end of a story that's been told and can now be set aside. You are warm, you are safe. The story is finished. Sleep. The next story is about to begin. Please relax and enjoy. The clocks in the control room of Reactor Unit 4 clicked forward past midnight, and Alexander Akimov settled into his chair with the particular kind of tired focus that comes from working nights. Around him, the control room hummed with the low industrial symphony he'd learned to read like music. Cooling pumps maintaining their rhythm, ventilation systems cycling air through concrete corridors, indicator lights painting the panels in steady greens and ambers. The reactor was stable at reduced power, coasting toward a planned maintenance shutdown, and the paperwork on his desk outlined a safety test scheduled for later in the shift. Nothing about April 26, 1986 felt unusual. The coffee was bitter in the same familiar way. The handoff from the evening crew had been routine. Outside, the town of Pripyat was sleeping under a clear sky, and if you'd asked anyone in that control room what kind of night they were expecting, the answer would have been simple. Ordinary. Akimov was the shift foreman, which meant the test was his responsibility to coordinate, though the real authority in the room came from Deputy Chief Engineer Anatoly Dyatlov, who'd arrived to oversee the procedure. The test itself had a reasonable purpose, verifying that the reactor's turbines could produce enough electrical power during their coast down to keep essential cooling systems running in the event of a grid failure, at least until the emergency diesel generators could start up. It was the kind of engineering question that sounds prudent in a planning meeting. Can our safety margins handle this specific scenario? The test had been delayed from the day shift, pushed forward into the night, because the electrical grid still needed the reactor's power output during the afternoon. So here they were, working through a checklist that had been designed months earlier, trying to maintain control over a reactor that was supposed to be slowing down but kept drifting in ways that required constant adjustment. Leonid Toptunov, the senior reactor control engineer, sat at the main control panel with his hands near the switches that governed the control rods, the neutron-absorbing mechanisms that determined how fast the nuclear reaction proceeded. He was young, technically skilled, and trying to keep the reactor at the prescribed power level for the test, which was proving harder than the procedure suggested it would be. The reactor had dropped too low earlier in the evening, falling to around 30 megawatts when they needed it to stabilise at 700. Getting it back up meant withdrawing control rods, pulling back the materials that slow the reaction, and that meant operating with fewer safety margins than the design intended. Toptunov knew this. Everyone in the room knew this, but the test had already been delayed once, and there was pressure, unspoken but present, the way pressure always is in hierarchical systems, to complete what they'd started. The RBMK reactor design had characteristics that didn't advertise themselves clearly to operators. It was huge, modular, built in a way that let the Soviet Union construct nuclear capacity quickly without requiring the massive containment domes that Western designs used. But it had quirks. At low power, the reactor became less stable. If power started to rise, certain feedback effects could amplify that rise instead of dampening it. The control rods, which were supposed to be a safety mechanism, had graphite tips that could briefly increase reactivity when they were first inserted. A design feature that seemed negligible on paper but mattered desperately in the specific conditions they were creating that night. None of this was secret. Engineers knew it. But knowing something in a training manual and feeling it in your body as you watch power levels fluctuate are different kinds of knowledge. Around 1 a.m, the reactor was running in a configuration that violated multiple safety protocols. Too many control rods had been withdrawn. The automatic shutdown systems had been deliberately disabled to prevent them from interrupting the test. The emergency core cooling system was disconnected. Each decision had seemed justified in the moment, necessary to complete the procedure, acceptable because the reactor seemed stable, defendable because authority figures had approved the plan. This is how systems fail. Not because someone twirls a mustache and decides to cause a disaster, but because a series of small choices, each made with some justification, compound into a situation where the margins of error have been stripped away and the machine is being held in place only by the continued absence of anything unexpected. At 01:23:04, the test began. Turbine feed valves were closed to simulate a loss of power, and the turbines started their coast down, their massive momentum gradually converting to the electricity that was supposed to keep cooling pumps running. For a few seconds, the scenario unfolded as planned. Then the power started to rise. Not dramatically at first, just an uptick, the kind of fluctuation that might normally be easy to correct. But with so many control rods already withdrawn, with the reactor in a state where rising power created conditions that encouraged more rising power, the increase didn't stop when Topchinov moved to stabilize it. The operators hit the emergency shutdown button, the AZ5 switch, which should have driven all the control rods into the core and halted the reaction. But those graphite tips went in first, and in the lower part of the reactor where they entered, reactivity increased. The power surge that followed happened faster than human reaction time. In a few seconds, the reactor went from unusual to uncontrollable to physically impossible. Thermal energy building beyond what the materials could contain, fuel rods rupturing, steam pressure rising until the fundamental structure of the core couldn't hold. The first explosion was likely a steam explosion, water flashing to vapour with such force that it blew the 1,000-ton reactor cap off its housing. The second explosion followed almost immediately, possibly from hydrogen, possibly from the rapid expansion of vaporized fuel. The explosions tore through the building's roof, scattered burning graphite and fuel across the facility, and exposed the remains of the reactor core directly to the night air. Radiation that should have been contained inside layers of shielding and cooling systems was suddenly atmospheric, pouring upward in the heat plume from burning graphite, drifting on winds that didn't respect the boundaries anyone had drawn on safety maps. In the control room, the explosion felt like the building itself had convulsed. Lights failed, debris rained, alarms that were supposed to provide information instead created chaos. Too many signals, too much noise, and the minds trying to process it all were still working with the assumption that this was a problem with a solution, a malfunction that could be managed if they just understood what had broken. Akimov and Topchinov, along with others in the control room, initially refused to believe that the reactor had been destroyed. They'd spent years learning that the reactor was robust, that its systems had redundancy, that catastrophic failure wasn't supposed to be possible. When Dyatlov insisted the core was intact and ordered them to begin emergency cooling procedures, they tried. They went into corridors filled with dust and steam, trying to open valves manually, trying to pump water into a reactor that no longer existed in the form they imagined. Outside the main building, the night had changed in ways that fire crews could see but not understand. Flames rose from the turbine hall where burning debris had landed. The roof glowed. Smoke carried particulates that measured lethality in units most people never learn. The first firefighters from the plant zone brigade arrived within minutes, and those from Pripyat's fire station soon followed. They saw a building fire, which is a problem they knew how to fight. They unreeled hoses, climbed ladders, directed water onto visible flames, and worked with the kind of focused urgency that comes from training and courage. What they couldn't see was that they were operating inside a radiation field strong enough to deliver lethal doses in minutes. The graphite burning on the roof wasn't just a fuel source for the fire. It was scattering radioactive isotopes into the air they were breathing, onto the surfaces they were touching, into the water they were using. Lieutenant Vladimir Pravik led his crew onto the roof of the turbine hall, where chunks of ejected reactor core lay glowing with heat that had nothing to do with chemical combustion. His men worked through the night, exhausting themselves in the effort to contain what they could see, unaware that their bodies were accumulating damage at the cellular level, that the nausea some of them started to feel wasn't from smoke or exertion, but from their bone marrow beginning to fail. By dawn, they'd controlled the visible fires. By dawn, many of them had received doses high enough that survival was no longer a medical likelihood, but a matter of how much time remained. The workers who'd been in the reactor building, trying to execute Dyatlov's orders to cool the core, encountered conditions that should have been impossible. Valves that wouldn't open because the structures around them had been destroyed. Water that poured into spaces and disappeared because the circulation systems no longer existed. Radiation meters that went off scale, which meant the actual exposure was higher than the instruments could read. Some understood immediately that something irrevocable had happened. Others worked on, driven by the belief that effort mattered, that doing something was better than accepting catastrophe. Alexander Yuvchenko, a mechanical engineer on shift, saw the reactor hall destroyed, saw the fuel channels glowing in the wreckage, and understood in a way that made him feel physically sick that the core was gone. But what do you do with that understanding? You still have co-workers somewhere in the building. You still have a fire burning. You still have some fragment of hope that someone, somewhere, knows what to do next. By the time the sun came up, 2 workers were confirmed dead from the immediate trauma of the explosions, and dozens more were showing symptoms of acute radiation syndrome. Nausea, vomiting, skin reddening, the kind of distress that means cells are dying faster than the body can replace them. They were taken to the medical unit at the plant, then transported to hospitals in Pripyat, and later to specialized facilities in Moscow, where doctors with experience treating radiation exposure began the grim work of trying to support patients whose bodies were failing at the molecular level. The workers with the highest exposures, including many of the firefighters and plant personnel who'd been closest to the exposed core, faced doses above 4 to 6 grays, the threshold where survival becomes statistically unlikely even with intensive medical care. Over the following weeks, 28 of them would die. Their deaths were not quick. Radiation doesn't kill like a bullet. It kills like a slow unmaking, immune systems collapsing, infections blooming, organs failing, as the cells needed to maintain them can't divide anymore. In Pripyat, morning arrived with an unsettling normalcy. The explosion had been loud enough to wake some residents, but the city was 3 kilometers from the plant, and explosions in industrial settings, while alarming, aren't necessarily interpreted as catastrophic. Some people looked toward the plant and saw smoke. Some called friends who might have information. Some went back to sleep. Children woke up for school. Adults prepared for work. The mechanisms of daily life continued because there was no visible rupture in the social order, no announcement, no sirens wailing the specific pattern that means evacuate immediately. The radiation moving through the air didn't make itself known in any human perceptible way. It had no colour, no taste, no smell, no temperature. You could stand in a place where the dose rate would kill you in hours and feel nothing wrong except perhaps a faint metallic taste that you might attribute to anything. Officials in Pripyat and in the regional governments were receiving fragmented information, reports from the plant that something serious had happened, but initial assessments that downplayed the severity, either out of genuine confusion or institutional reluctance to declare a disaster without certainty. The Soviet system in 1986 did not reward local officials for sounding alarms that might later be deemed overreactions. So the morning proceeded with deliberation that felt responsible, gathering information, consulting with experts, waiting for measurements to clarify the situation, while the invisible contamination spread. Children played outside. People went to the market. A wedding took place. These details matter because they illustrate the gap between physical reality and social reality. The danger was already present, already inside people's bodies, already settling onto surfaces and into soil, but it hadn't yet been named as danger in the official language that makes danger real to institutions. Radiation measurements in Pripyat began to show elevated levels, but the numbers were hard to interpret without context, and the context was being controlled. By midday, on April 26, dosimetry teams with functioning instruments were recording readings high enough to indicate that evacuation should be immediate, but the decision-making apparatus moved at the speed of committees and phone calls, and the psychological difficulty of accepting that you might need to move an entire city. Pripyat was a young city, purpose-built to house the workers of the Chernobyl plant and their families. It had schools, a hospital, an amusement park under construction, a population proud of being part of the Soviet Union's nuclear energy program. The idea that this city would need to be abandoned, and quickly, was not an idea that fit easily into anyone's plans. The decision to evacuate came late on April 27th, more than a day after the explosion. Residents were told to prepare for a temporary absence, 3 days, maybe a week, just until the situation at the plant was stabilised. They were instructed to bring minimal belongings, to leave their apartments secure, to proceed in an orderly fashion to the buses that would transport them to other towns. The tone was calm, even reassuring. This was a precaution, not a disaster. People believed it because believing it allowed them to stay composed, to pack a small bag instead of confronting the possibility that they might never return. They left behind family photographs, furniture arranged just so, dishes in the sink, books half read, children's toys on bedroom floors. The city emptied in a matter of hours, roughly 45,000 people moving through the streets toward buses, and then the buses moving away, and then the city standing empty in the spring afternoon, still intact, still waiting, as if its residents might return any moment. They would not return. The radiation levels in Pripyat would remain too high for permanent habitation, and the decision that felt temporary would become permanent. Years later, when journalists and photographers visited the abandoned city, they would find those half-finished lives frozen in place. A classroom with lessons still on the chalkboard, an apartment with a table set for a meal never eaten, a nursery with cribs that would never be used again. The evacuation of Pripyat has become one of the iconic images of Chernobyl, not because of the explosion itself, but because of this eerie aftermath. A modern city stopped mid-moment, emptied not by war or earthquake, but by something invisible that made the very ground unlivable. The exclusion zone expanded as authorities recognized the scale of contamination. Within the first days, an area roughly 30 kilometers around the plant was cordoned off, and everyone within that radius was moved. By mid-May, about 116,000 people from the most heavily contaminated settlements had been evacuated. Later, as longer-term contamination patterns became clear, another 220,000 people would be relocated from areas where radiation levels posed ongoing risks. These numbers represent entire communities uprooted, villages that had existed for generations suddenly emptied, people moved to unfamiliar cities or collective housing, lives reshaped around the fact that home had become a place you couldn't go. The evacuations were organised with the efficiency the Soviet system could muster when it chose to act, but efficiency doesn't erase trauma. People left behind not just possessions but identities. Farmers without their land, teachers without their schools, families without the neighbourhoods where everyone knew each other. They were resettled, given housing, compensated in ways that bureaucracies measure compensation, but you can't compensate someone for the loss of the place where their parents are buried, where they learned to walk, where every street corner holds a memory. The exclusion zone became a kind of scar on the map, a space that still exists but is no longer fully part of the human world, patrolled and monitored, and slowly being reclaimed by forests and animals that don't metabolize radiation the way policymakers wish they would. Inside the plant, the reactor continued to burn. The graphite fire wasn't something you could extinguish with water. Graphite at high temperatures reacts with water to produce hydrogen, which could cause more explosions. So the response involved helicopters dropping loads of sand, clay, boron, and lead onto the exposed reactor, trying to smother the fire and absorb the radiation. Helicopter pilots flew mission after mission through air thick with radioactive particles, maneuvering over the gaping wound of Unit 4, releasing their loads and banking away, knowing that each flight accumulated dose, that there was no safe way to do what needed to be done. Some of those pilots would later develop radiation-related illnesses. Some would die. The official narrative praised their heroism, which was real, but heroism doesn't make the consequences less severe. By early May, the fire was finally under control, but the reactor remained lethally radioactive, and the structure around it was unstable. Engineers and officials began planning a massive containment structure, what would later be called the sarcophagus, a concrete and steel shell to entomb the reactor and prevent further release of radioactive material. Building it required workers to operate in fields of radiation, intense enough that time limits were measured in seconds. Crews would run in, perform a task, weld a piece of metal, pour concrete, install a support, and run out before their dosimeters hit the maximum allowable exposure. Thousands of workers rotated through the site, each contributing a small piece of the containment effort, each accumulating dose that would stay with them for the rest of their lives. The sarcophagus was completed by November 1986, a brutal industrial feat accomplished by treating human bodies as expendable resources, dosing them up to limits and then rotating in fresh workers over and over until the structure stood. The radiation released from Chernobyl didn't respect borders. Winds carried it northwest over Belarus, north into Scandinavia, west across Europe. Countries thousands of kilometers away detected radioactive isotopes in their air and rainwater. Sweden's radiation monitors registered the contamination before Soviet officials had publicly acknowledged the severity of the accident. The plume moved according to atmospheric dynamics, weather patterns, precipitation, the chaotic interactions of air masses, depositing cesium-137, strontium-90, and iodine-1 in patterns that were highly uneven. Some areas close to the plant received relatively low contamination. Some areas far away received hotspots where rain had brought particles down in concentrated bursts. Mapping the contamination took months, and the maps kept changing as more data came in, as scientists understood better how the isotopes dispersed, as the political will to acknowledge the full extent of the problem slowly caught up with the physical reality. The most immediate health concern was iodine-131, a radioactive isotope with a half-life of about 8 days, which meant it decayed relatively quickly, but was intensely active while present. Iodine concentrates in the thyroid gland, and children's thyroids are particularly vulnerable. In the days and weeks after the accident, iodine entered the food chain through contaminated grass, which cows ate, which concentrated the iodine in their milk, which children drank. This pathway, reactor to air to grass to cow to milk to child, was understood in principle by experts, but the Soviet response to it was delayed and inconsistent. In some areas, contaminated milk was distributed for days before being pulled from circulation. In other areas, iodine tablets were distributed to saturate the thyroid with stable iodine and prevent uptake of the radioactive version, but the distribution was incomplete, delayed, or never reached remote villages. The result was a cohort of children who received significant thyroid doses, and in the years that followed, rates of thyroid cancer among those exposed as children increased markedly. Studies documented this rise clearly. Populations exposed to higher levels of iodine-31 showed higher incidences of thyroid cancer, with the risk particularly pronounced for those who were young at the time of exposure. By the time patterns became statistically clear, Thousands of cases had been diagnosed. Most were treated successfully. Thyroid cancer has a high survival rate with proper medical care. But successfully treated still means surgery, still means lifelong hormone replacement, still means living with the knowledge that your body grew a tumour because one night in 1986 a reactor exploded and the wind blew the wrong direction. The longer-term contamination from cesium-137 and strontium-90 pose different challenges. These isotopes have half-lives measured in decades, which means the contamination they caused would persist. Cesium-137 behaves chemically like potassium, so it gets absorbed into biological systems, into plants and animals, and the people who eat them. Strontium-90 behaves like calcium, so it concentrates in bones. Both emit radiation as they decay, and both would remain in the environment for generations. People living in contaminated areas face decisions about what to eat, what soil to plant in, whether to let children play outside, whether to stay or move. These weren't abstract policy questions, but daily calculations about risk that most human beings shouldn't have to make. The Soviet government eventually established a system of monitoring, compensation, and health services for those affected, though the system was inconsistent and underfunded and complicated by the political chaos of the USSR's collapse in 1991. People who'd been evacuated or who lived in contaminated zones were entitled to benefits, but accessing those benefits required navigating bureaucracy that often didn't have clear answers. Medical monitoring was available, but what does monitoring accomplish when it mostly tells you to keep being monitored? The psychological weight of living in a post-Chernobyl landscape, knowing your environment contains invisible contamination, knowing your health might be affected in ways you can't predict, knowing institutions failed to protect you. This weight is harder to quantify than radiation dose, but no less real. Estimates of the ultimate health impact vary widely and remain contested. The most conservative estimates, focusing only on deaths directly attributable to acute radiation syndrome and on clear increases in thyroid cancer, count in the thousands. Broader estimates attempting to account for increased cancer risk across larger populations exposed to lower doses range much higher. The disagreement isn't just scientific, it's philosophical and political. How do you attribute a cancer that appears 20 years after exposure when cancer has multiple possible causes? How do you separate the health impacts of radiation from the health impacts of stress, displacement, economic collapse, and the psychological toll of living through a disaster? The arguments over these numbers matter because they shape policy, compensation, and how societies understand the risks of nuclear energy. But for individuals who got sick, the statistics are irrelevant. Their illness is not a percentage or an estimate. It's the specific pain in their body, the specific fear when a doctor says the word cancer, the specific disruption of a life that had other plans. The workers who built the sarcophagus, who cleaned contaminated areas, who operated the remaining reactors at Chernobyl, which continued generating power until the year 2000, these workers became known as liquidators, a term that sounds military and conveys the scale of the mobilization. Estimates suggest that between 400,000 and 600,000 people worked in some capacity in the cleanup and containment efforts. They came from across the Soviet Union, sometimes volunteers, sometimes conscripted, often not fully informed about the risks. They bulldozed contaminated soil, washed buildings, buried equipment, constructed barriers, all under conditions where radiation exposure was a constant variable in every task. Some received doses within official limits. Some exceeded those limits by wide margins. The long-term health outcomes for liquidators as a group show elevated rates of various illnesses, but individual experiences varied enormously. Some lived long, healthy lives. Some developed cancers or other conditions that may or may not have been caused by their exposure. All of them carried the knowledge that they'd been part of something unprecedented, something the world wasn't prepared for. The international scientific community mobilized to study Chernobyl, to understand what had happened and what it meant. The IAEA, the World Health Organization, national research institutions all sent teams to measure, model, and make sense of the disaster. The data they collected has shaped global understanding of radiation health effects, informed safety protocols for nuclear facilities, and provided a grim natural experiment in what happens when containment fails. But the studies also became sites of disagreement. Different organizations reached different conclusions about health impacts, about the effectiveness of evacuations, about the costs and benefits of nuclear energy. Chernobyl became not just a disaster, but a symbol, and symbols get used in arguments that extend far beyond the specific facts of what happened in Ukraine in 1986. For people living in the affected regions, the disaster didn't end when the fire went out or when the sarcophagus was completed. It continued in the form of altered landscapes, reshaped economies, and changed relationships with the environment. Farmers in contaminated areas couldn't sell their produce, or could sell it only after testing, or watched markets collapse as consumers refused to buy anything from Chernobyl regions, regardless of actual contamination levels. Forests became reservoirs of radioactive material, concentrated in fungi and berries that animals ate, that hunters might harvest, that entered food chains in unpredictable ways. Rivers carried contaminated sediment. Seasons brought different risks. Spring flooding might redistribute contamination. Summer dust might make it airborne again. Winter snow might cover it temporarily. The Chernobyl exclusion zone itself became a strange space, officially closed to permanent habitation, but not empty. A few hundred people, mostly elderly, refused to leave or returned illegally to their villages, choosing the familiar risks of home over the unfamiliar displacement of resettlement. They lived in houses within the zone, grew their own food, drank from wells, and accepted whatever dose that came with it, calculating that dying of radiation in old age was preferable to dying of loneliness somewhere else. The government eventually acknowledged them, provided some support, and allowed them to stay. Their choice is hard to judge from outside. It's the choice of people for whom place matters more than safety, for whom the idea of home isn't negotiable, even when home has been officially declared uninhabitable. The zone also became a site of scientific research, with humans mostly gone. Wildlife populations changed in unexpected ways. Some species declined, likely due to radiation effects. Others thrived in the absence of human hunting and habitat destruction. Wolves, deer, wild boar, even rare birds returned to areas they'd been pushed out of elsewhere. The zone became inadvertently one of Europe's largest wildlife reserves, though a radioactive one. Researchers studied genetic effects in animals, tracked contamination through ecosystems, and tried to understand how radiation affected populations over multiple generations. The findings were mixed: clear evidence of harm in some species and contexts, surprising resilience in others, and an overall picture that resisted simple narratives about nature recovering or being destroyed. The psychological impacts of Chernobyl extended beyond those physically exposed to radiation. Entire communities developed what researchers called radiophobia, intense anxiety about radiation that sometimes exceeded the actual health risks, but was entirely understandable, given the circumstances. When you've been lied to about safety, when you've watched your neighbours get sick, when you live in a place marked on maps as contaminated, anxiety is a rational response. The mental health burden included depression, PTSD-like symptoms, substance abuse, and a pervasive sense of fatalism. Some studies suggested that the stress and social disruption of the disaster caused more harm than the radiation itself for many people, though disentangling these effects is nearly impossible, and such comparisons feel callous when people are suffering from both. Children born after Chernobyl in affected regions grew up with the disaster as part of their identity. They were monitored medically, told to avoid certain foods, given special health services, and marked in official documents as Chernobyl children. Some developed illnesses that were attributed to parental exposure, though the evidence for significant genetic effects passed from parents to children remains limited and contested. What's clearer is the social inheritance, the way trauma and disruption pass down not through chromosomes, but through family stories, economic hardship, community dissolution, and the shaping of worldviews in an environment where catastrophe is recent history. The Soviet Union itself didn't survive long after Chernobyl. The disaster's role in the USSR's collapse is debated, but it certainly contributed. It revealed systemic failures, unsafe reactor designs, inadequate safety culture, suppression of information, inability to respond effectively to crisis. It damaged the Soviet Union's prestige domestically and internationally. It cost enormous amounts of money. At a time when the economy was already strained, Mikhail Gorbachev later called Chernobyl perhaps the real cause of the Soviet collapse, which is probably an overstatement. But the disaster definitely accelerated dynamics that were already in motion. The policy of glasnost, openness, became necessary partly because Chernobyl made secrecy untenable. You can't hide a radiation cloud that sets off alarms in Sweden. After the USSR dissolved, responsibility for Chernobyl fell primarily to Ukraine and Belarus, the two newly independent countries most affected. Neither had the resources to manage the ongoing costs, maintaining the exclusion zone, monitoring affected populations, dealing with contaminated land, and most urgently, addressing the deteriorating condition of the sarcophagus. The structure, built in 1986, had been erected quickly under terrible conditions, and it was never meant to be permanent. By the 1990s, it was crumbling, leaking, at risk of collapse. If it failed, it could release more radioactive material. International funding eventually made possible the construction of a new containment structure, the new safe confinement, completed in 2016, a massive arch that was built adjacent to the reactor and then slid into place over the old sarcophagus. It's designed to last 100 years, which sounds like a long time until you remember that the radioactive material inside will remain hazardous for thousands of years. The question of what to do with Chernobyl in the long term remains unresolved. The reactor still contains roughly 200 tons of nuclear fuel and debris, much of it in forms that are poorly characterized. Removing it would be ideal, but is technically daunting and phenomenally expensive. Leaving it entombed requires maintaining the containment structure indefinitely, which requires political stability and funding that can't be guaranteed across the timescales involved. The surrounding contaminated zone will gradually become less radioactive as isotopes decay, but cesium-137's 30-year half-life means that even after a century, the contamination will still be significant. Some areas might become habitable again in 50 or 100 years. Some might take 300 years. Some might never be worth the effort to reclaim. Chernobyl changed the nuclear power industry globally. The disaster prompted safety reviews, design improvements, and regulatory changes in countries with nuclear programs. The RBMK reactor design was recognized as flawed, and the remaining RBMK reactors in Russia and Lithuania were either shut down or extensively modified. International safety standards were strengthened. Nuclear operators became more willing to share information about incidents and near misses, recognizing that a disaster anywhere affected the industry everywhere. But public perception of nuclear energy was also profoundly shaped by Chernobyl. For many people, the disaster confirmed fears that nuclear power was inherently too dangerous, that the consequences of failure were too severe, that no amount of safety planning could account for human error and institutional failure. The debate over nuclear energy post-Chernobyl is complicated. On one hand, the disaster demonstrated real risks and the catastrophic consequences when things go wrong. On the other hand, Nuclear power produces large amounts of electricity with minimal greenhouse gas emissions, which matters in the context of climate change. Some argue that improved reactor designs, better safety culture, and lessons learned from Chernobyl make modern nuclear power acceptably safe. Others argue that the risks remain too high and that renewable energy sources offer a safer path forward. This isn't a debate with a clear right answer. It's a debate about acceptable risk, about what society values, about trade-offs between different kinds of danger. For the individuals directly affected by Chernobyl, these broader debates often feel distant from their actual experience. The plant workers who responded to the disaster, the firefighters who fought the fire, the residents of Pripyat and surrounding areas, the children who drank contaminated milk, the liquidators who worked in the zone. Their lives were changed by specific moments and specific exposures, not by abstract policy discussions. Many of them died earlier than they should have. Many lived with chronic health problems. Many carried psychological scars. Many also lived full lives, raised families, found meaning and joy, and resisted being defined solely by their connection to the disaster. Human resilience is real, even in the aftermath of catastrophe. The memory of Chernobyl has been preserved in various forms. The site itself is now a tourist destination, which is strange but perhaps inevitable. People are drawn to places where extraordinary things happened. The abandoned city of Pripyat, with its rusting amusement park and empty apartment blocks, has become iconic in photography and film. Museums in Ukraine and elsewhere display artifacts and tell the story. Survivors have written memoirs. Oral history projects have recorded testimonies. These preservation efforts matter because institutional memory is fragile, and the people who experience Chernobyl firsthand are aging. In a few decades, there will be no living witnesses, and the disaster will exist only in records, images, and the physical scar of the exclusion zone. What Chernobyl teaches depends on who's learning. For engineers, it's a lesson about safety culture, about the dangers of design flaws, about the importance of questioning authority when procedures seem wrong. For policymakers, it's about crisis response, about the costs of secrecy, about the need for international cooperation in managing transboundary hazards. For ordinary people, it's something more visceral, a reminder that invisible dangers are real, that systems we depend on can fail catastrophically, that the consequences of technological decisions can persist for generations. The disaster also teaches something about the limits of human perception. We're good at responding to dangers we can see, hear, feel. The approaching storm, the lunging predator, the oncoming car. We're much worse at responding to dangers that exist outside our sensory range. Radiation is odorless, colourless, tasteless, silent. You can receive a lethal dose and feel fine for hours or days. This disconnect between physical reality and experiential reality meant that in the first hours and days after the explosion, people continued normal activities in environments that were killing them. Firefighters fought a fire without understanding that the smoke contained gamma emitters. Children played outside while their thyroid glands absorbed radioactive iodine. Residents of Pripyat went about their morning routines on April 26th because nothing in their immediate sensory environment told them to do otherwise. This is one of the eeriest aspects of the Chernobyl story, the way disaster can be fully present but socially invisible until institutions decide to recognize it. The radiation was real from the moment of the explosion, but the disaster, as a social fact, as something people collectively understood and responded to, had a different timeline. It became real in stages, first to the operators who saw the destroyed reactor, then to medical personnel treating the acute radiation syndrome patients, then to officials receiving dosimetry readings, then to residents told to evacuate, then to Europe seeing contamination in their own countries. Then to the world watching news reports. Each stage of recognition required someone to interpret data, make a decision, communicate information, and persuade others to act. The gap between physical event and social recognition is where a lot of harm happened. The workers in the control room that night, especially Akimov and Toptunov, have been the subject of both blame and sympathy. Some accounts paint them as some reckless, violating protocols, causing the disaster through negligence. Other accounts emphasize their impossible position, following orders from superiors, working with a reactor design whose flaws they couldn't fully understand, making decisions based on incomplete information in a system that punished deviation from authority. They both died from radiation exposure in the weeks after the disaster, suffering through acute radiation syndrome in Moscow hospitals. They didn't live to defend themselves or tell their full story. The question of culpability is complicated. Yes, protocols were violated. Yes, decisions were made that increased risk. But those decisions were made within a system, a political system, a technological system, an institutional culture that set them up to fail. Dyatlov, who survived, faced criminal charges and served time in prison. He maintained until his death that the reactor explosion was caused by design flaws, not operator error, and that he and his team were scapegoated for institutional failures. There's truth in both narratives. The operators did make decisions that contributed to the accident, and the reactor design had inherent instabilities that should never have been allowed in a commercial power plant. Assigning blame in complex systems failures is often an exercise in choosing which level of causation to emphasize. You can blame the operators for their actions that night. You can blame the designers for creating an unstable reactor. You can blame the regulators for approving it. You can blame the political system that prioritized rapid nuclear expansion over safety. All of these factors contributed. The people of Pripyat, in many ways the disaster's most visible victims, didn't make any decisions that contributed to the accident. They were simply living near a power plant that failed. Their victimization was complete and involuntary, yet their lives were profoundly altered. The children who grew up in evacuation, who never saw their childhood bedrooms again, who lost the continuity of place that most people take for granted. What do you say to them about why this happened? That a test was poorly planned? That a reactor had design flaws? That bureaucracy moved slowly? None of those explanations restore what was lost. The disaster also revealed the deeply interconnected nature of modern technological systems. The Chernobyl reactor didn't exist in isolation. It was part of an electrical grid that powered cities and industries. It was part of a Soviet nuclear program with political and military dimensions. It was part of a global nuclear industry that shared designs and expertise. When it failed, the consequences rippled outward, electrically, environmentally, economically, politically. Other countries had to reassess their own nuclear programs. Global food trade was disrupted. Scientific research was redirected. Insurance policies were rewritten. A single event in one location reshaped countless systems worldwide. There's also a strange temporal quality to Chernobyl's impact. The disaster happened in a specific moment. Those explosions at 1:23 on April 26, 1986. But its effects have unfolded across decades and will continue for centuries. The iodine-131 exposure was acute, lasting weeks. The cesium-137 contamination will persist for generations. The geopolitical and cultural impacts are ongoing. People are still getting sick from exposures that occurred nearly 40 years ago. The new safe confinement will need to be maintained for a century. The spent fuel and contaminated materials will remain hazardous for millennia. How do you hold in mind a disaster that spans timescales from seconds to thousands of years? One of the recurring themes in survivor testimonies is the sense of betrayal, not just by the reactor that exploded, but by institutions that were supposed to protect them. People trusted that nuclear plants were safe because they were told they were safe. They trusted that if something went wrong, authorities would act quickly to protect citizens. They trusted that their government wouldn't lie about dangers that affected their children's health. Chernobyl broke those trusts in ways that went beyond the physical damage. It created a pervasive cynicism about official information, a suspicion of technological optimism, a sense that ordinary people were expendable in the calculus of state priorities. This betrayal was compounded by the initial secrecy and misinformation. For the first days, Soviet media said little about the accident. When they did report, it was minimized. The evacuation of Pripyat wasn't announced publicly until it had already happened. Neighbouring countries learned about the disaster from their own radiation detectors, not from Soviet officials. This pattern of secrecy had consequences beyond the immediate harm. It meant people couldn't make informed decisions about protecting themselves. It meant contaminated food entered distribution networks. It meant workers at the plant didn't receive adequate warnings. And it meant that when information finally did come out, it was often disbelieved because the source had already proven unreliable. The later Soviet and post-Soviet governments made efforts to be more transparent, to provide compensation and services, to acknowledge the scale of the disaster. But rebuilding trust is harder than destroying it. People who'd been lied to once had little reason to believe subsequent assurances. When officials said certain areas were safe, people remembered being told the reactor was safe. When evacuation guidelines were issued, people remembered that the Pripyat evacuation came too late. This legacy of mistrust has made it harder to implement effective policies because the affected populations doubt the authorities implementing them. The environmental contamination from Chernobyl created landscapes that exist in a kind of liminal state, not quite habitable, not quite wilderness, places where normal rules don't apply. The Red Forest, an area of pine trees near the reactor that turned red and died from radiation exposure, was bulldozed and buried, but the burial site itself remains contaminated. Lakes and rivers in the zone contain radioactive sediment that will stay there for decades. Soil in many areas has contamination levels that would require removal of the entire top layer to make it agriculturally safe, which is economically and practically infeasible. So these places simply exist as they are, marked on maps with warnings, visited by researchers and tourists, slowly changing as natural processes dilute and redistribute the contamination. There's a particular poignancy to the infrastructure left behind in the exclusion zone. Schools with desks still in rows, hospitals with patient files scattered, apartment buildings with balconies overlooking empty streets. These places were built for futures that never happened. The children who would have studied in those schools, the patients who would have been treated in those hospitals, the families who would have lived in those apartments, all of them had to go elsewhere, had to make different lives. The buildings remain as monuments to disrupted intentions, to the fragility of plans, to the way a single night can make an entire city's future impossible. Some of the most haunting images from Pripyat are from the amusement park, which was set to open on May 1st, 1986, just days after the disaster. The Ferris wheel has become an iconic symbol, yellow carriages that never carried riders, a wheel that never completed its first public rotation. It stands now as a rusting sculpture, visible in photographs and videos that circulate online, representing childhood joy that was anticipated but never experienced. The bumper cars are still in the pavilion, decades of weather having degraded them into twisted metal and faded paint. These aren't just abandoned objects, they're promises that couldn't be kept. The human stories from Chernobyl resist simple narrative arcs. There's no clean resolution, no moment where everything becomes okay. Some survivors rebuilt their lives successfully in new locations. Some struggled with health problems, economic hardship, and psychological damage for the rest of their lives. Some died young, some lived to old age, Some found meaning in activism, trying to ensure the disaster wasn't forgotten or repeated. Some wanted only to move on, to not be defined by Chernobyl, to create identities separate from their status as victims or survivors. All of these responses are valid. Catastrophe doesn't create uniform outcomes. The scientific legacy of Chernobyl is substantial but contested. The disaster provided data on radiation health effects at scales that hadn't previously existed, particularly for populations exposed to lower doses over longer periods. This data has informed radiation protection standards, cancer risk models, and policies worldwide, but the data is also complex and incomplete, tracking health outcomes across decades, across populations that moved and mixed with unexposed populations, while accounting for other risk factors and changes in healthcare is methodologically challenging. Different studies reach different conclusions. Some experts emphasize the evidence of harm, others emphasize the resilience of affected populations and the lack of clear effects at lower dose ranges. These aren't just academic disagreements, they shape compensation policies, cleanup standards, and public understanding of radiation risk. The disaster also generated a massive volume of documentation. Scientific papers, government reports, oral histories, media coverage, artistic works. This archive is valuable but overwhelming. No single person can master all of it. Different disciplines focus on different aspects. Health physicists on dose reconstruction, epidemiologists on cancer rates, sociologists on displacement, psychologists on trauma, engineers on reactor safety, historians on political context. Each discipline brings insights, but also limitations. The full picture of Chernobyl exceeds any single framework for understanding it. Art and literature about Chernobyl have tried to capture what technical reports cannot: the subjective experience of living through and after disaster, the emotional texture of loss and fear and uncertainty. Svetlana Alexievich's Voices from Chernobyl collected oral testimonies that convey the human reality in ways statistics never could. Films and documentaries have visualized the exclusion zone, making its strangeness accessible to global audiences. These artistic works serve a different function than scientific analysis. They preserve emotional truth, make abstract suffering concrete, and remind us that behind every number is a person. The question of whether Chernobyl could happen again is complicated. The specific circumstances an RBMK reactor operated in, violation of safety limits during a poorly planned test, are unlikely to recur, especially since most RBMK reactors have been shut down or modified. But the broader lessons about complex systems, safety culture, institutional failure, and the gap between designed safety and operational reality remain relevant. The Fukushima disaster in 2011, though caused by an earthquake and tsunami rather than operational error, showed that even modern plants in safety-conscious countries can fail catastrophically when circumstances exceed design assumptions. The specific mechanisms differ, but the pattern, assumptions proven wrong, consequences exceeding containment, displacement of populations, long-term contamination, echoes Chernobyl. What we choose to remember about Chernobyl shapes what we take from it. If we remember it primarily as a Soviet failure, we might miss the broader lessons about technological hubris and institutional accountability that apply regardless of political system. If we remember it primarily as an anti-nuclear cautionary tale, we might overlook the specific design and operational failures that distinguish Chernobyl from other nuclear facilities. If we remember only the death toll and contamination, we might miss the stories of resilience, adaptation, and life continuing in changed circumstances. The disaster is large enough to contain multiple lessons, and which lessons we emphasize reveals what we think is important. For the people whose lives were most directly shaped by Chernobyl, memory is not abstract. It's in their bodies, The scars from surgeries, the pills they take daily, the medical appointments that structure their years. It's in their geographies, the places they can't return to, the cities where they rebuilt lives, the distances between where they are and where they're from. It's in their families, the relatives who died, the children who grew up as Chernobyl kids, the stories told and retold until they become part of identity. They don't have the option of forgetting. The youngest evacuees from Pripyat, those who were children in 1986, are now middle-aged. They have their own children. Some have grandchildren. The disaster is receding into generational memory, becoming history rather than personal experience for more and more people. But the physical legacy persists. The exclusion zone exists. The new safe confinement stands. Radiation levels continue to be monitored. The waste that was created that night remains dangerous, and will remain dangerous long after everyone who lived through the disaster has died. There's something deeply unsettling about creating a problem that outlasts the people who created it by orders of magnitude. The engineers who designed the RBMK reactor are dead. The operators who ran the test are dead. The officials who made decisions about evacuation and information are dead. But the radioactive material they released will be hazardous for thousands of years. Future generations will inherit responsibility for managing contamination. They had no role in creating, for maintaining containment structures they didn't build, for living with consequences of decisions made before they were born. This intergenerational burden raises ethical questions about technological development. What obligations do we have to futures we won't live to see? How do we weigh present benefits against long-term risks? Who gets to make decisions that bind descendants for millennia? These aren't questions specific to nuclear power. They apply to climate change, toxic waste, resource depletion, and many other issues where the timescale of consequences exceeds the timescale of human lifespans or political accountability. But Chernobyl makes them concrete in a way few other events do. The zone itself has become a kind of monument, though not an intentional one. It exists as evidence of what happened, a physical reminder that certain mistakes have permanent consequences. Unlike monuments built to commemorate, which can be torn down or reinterpreted, the exclusion zone will persist whether we want it to or not. The contamination doesn't care about our narratives or politics. It decays according to physics, indifferent to human meaning-making. Some researchers have proposed that the zone could eventually serve as a nature reserve, a space where ecosystems develop without human interference, even if those ecosystems are radioactive. This is both pragmatic and strange, accepting that the land can't be reclaimed for human use, but can still have value as wildlife habitat. It's an acknowledgement that recovery doesn't mean returning to pre-disaster conditions, but rather finding new equilibria in changed circumstances. The people who refuse to leave the zone, the elderly returnees who chose familiar contamination over unfamiliar displacement, are mostly gone now. They lived out their final years in their villages, maintained their homes, kept their routines, and died on their own terms. Their choice was personal and shouldn't be romanticised as some profound statement, but it does illustrate that risk is always contextual. For someone in their 70s, the long-term cancer risk from low-level radiation exposure might be less important than the immediate psychological and social costs of displacement. They made a calculation that prioritised quality of life over quantity, autonomy over safety. Society doesn't usually offer elderly people that choice, but Chernobyl's strange geography created a space where they could make it. The disaster has also affected global nuclear policy in indirect ways. It strengthened the anti-nuclear movement in many countries, contributing to decisions to phase out nuclear power or not build new plants. It made nuclear accidents a political liability, something governments feared not just for the direct consequences, but for the public backlash. This political context has shaped energy policy for decades, though the rise of climate concerns has complicated the picture. Some former nuclear skeptics now argue that climate change is a greater threat than nuclear risk, that modern reactor designs are safer, that emissions-free baseload power is needed. These debates will continue, with Chernobyl invoked by both sides as proof that nuclear is too dangerous, or as proof that old Soviet reactors were dangerous, but modern ones aren't. The workers who died in the immediate aftermath of Chernobyl, the firefighters, the operators, the plant staff, died doing what they thought was necessary. They weren't suicidal. They weren't ignorant. They were trying to contain a disaster, to protect others, to fulfill responsibilities as they understood them. The fact that their efforts were sometimes futile, that some of them received lethal doses trying to pump water into a destroyed reactor, doesn't make their actions meaningless. It makes them tragic. Tragedy isn't about bad people doing bad things. It's about people trying to do right within circumstances that make right action insufficient. This distinction matters when thinking about culpability and commemoration. The operators in the control room that night made errors, but they were also victims. The firefighters who responded to the flames showed courage, even though their courage couldn't save them. The liquidators who worked in the zone accepted risks, though often without full understanding of what they were accepting. Holding these multiple truths simultaneously, agency and victimhood, heroism and futility, responsibility and circumstance, is necessary to understand the human dimensions of disaster. The technological dimensions are clearer but still complex. The RBMK design had known flaws. The positive void coefficient, the way the reactor became more reactive when water turned to steam, was inherent to the design and created instability at low power. The control rod design with graphite tips was a documented issue. The lack of a robust containment structure was a cost-saving measure that became catastrophic. These weren't secrets. Soviet nuclear engineers knew the limitations of their designs. But knowledge doesn't automatically translate to action. Fixing the problems would have been expensive, would have required shutting down reactors, would have been politically difficult. So the reactors continued operating with known vulnerabilities, and the vulnerabilities remained theoretical problems until they became actual catastrophe. This pattern, knowing about risks but not acting to mitigate them until after disaster, repeats across industries and contexts. It's not unique to Soviet nuclear power. Every major industrial accident has a prehistory of warnings ignored, safety measures deemed too costly, or red flags rationalized away. Chernobyl is an extreme example, but the dynamics are familiar. Short-term pressures override long-term prudence, institutional inertia resists change, and the people making decisions rarely bear the consequences personally. The human tendency to normalize risk is part of this. When you work around a reactor every day and it doesn't explode, you stop thinking about explosion as a real possibility. It becomes theoretical, something that happens in training scenarios, but not in actual operations. The control room operators at Chernobyl had run hundreds of shifts without incident. The reactor had operated for years. The safety violations during the test seemed manageable because nothing had gone wrong before. This normalization of deviance, the gradual drift toward accepting riskier conditions as normal, is documented in many disasters. It's how the Space Shuttle Challenger launched despite concerns about O-rings in cold weather. It's how oil rigs operate with degraded safety equipment until something fails. It's a deeply human failing, the inability to maintain vigilance against low probability, high consequence events. Chernobyl broke through that normalization violently. After Chernobyl, nobody in the nuclear industry could pretend that catastrophic accidents were impossible. The industry had to reckon with the reality that their systems could fail in ways that contaminated countries. This reckoning produced genuine improvements, better safety culture, more robust designs, more independent oversight. but it also produced public fear that may be disproportionate to the actual risks of modern nuclear power, making it politically difficult to build new plants, even where they might make sense as part of a low-carbon energy strategy. The policy challenges of post-Chernobyl nuclear governance reflect the difficulty of learning the right lessons from disaster. Too little learning means repeating mistakes. Too much learning, or learning the wrong lessons, means abandoning technologies that might be valuable if used carefully. Finding the right balance requires technical expertise, political wisdom, and humility about the limits of both. It requires acknowledging uncertainty honestly, which is hard in political contexts that demand confident pronouncements. Chernobyl also illustrates the importance of institutional culture in determining outcomes. The Soviet nuclear program operated in a culture where meeting production targets was paramount, where questioning authority was discouraged, where information was controlled for political reasons, and where individual operators had limited power to refuse orders, even when they had concerns. This culture contributed to the disaster as much as the technical design flaws did. In a different institutional context, the test might have been cancelled when conditions became unstable. Operators might have felt empowered to refuse unsafe orders. Information about previous incidents might have been shared more widely, creating better understanding of risks. Changing institutional culture is harder than changing technical designs. You can redesign a reactor, but redesigning the social systems within which reactors operate requires changing incentives, hierarchies, training, communication patterns, and deeply embedded assumptions about authority and responsibility. The nuclear industry has worked on this, emphasizing safety culture as a priority, but culture is always vulnerable to erosion under pressure. Economic stress, political demands, production deadlines, these pressures can gradually reshape culture in ways that increase risk. The exclusion zone's long-term future is uncertain. As radiation decays, some areas will become safer, though the timeline is measured in decades and centuries. Whether those areas will ever be fully reintegrated into human use depends on politics, economics, and society's tolerance for residual risk. The zone could remain restricted indefinitely, could be partially opened for limited uses, or could eventually be deemed safe enough for agriculture or forestry, though not for dense habitation. Each decision will involve technical assessments, but also value judgments about acceptable risk and appropriate use of contaminated land. The material inside the sarcophagus presents a different challenge. The fuel and debris need to be eventually removed and properly stored, but the technology and funding for doing so don't fully exist yet. The new safe confinement buys time, a century if it lasts as designed, but it's not a final solution. Future generations will need to address the problem more permanently, or build another containment structure, or accept ongoing management of the site indefinitely. This is what spent nuclear fuel presence globally. A very long-term waste problem without a fully implemented long-term solution. For Ukraine specifically, Chernobyl remains a national wound. The disaster happened on Ukrainian soil, affected Ukrainian people most directly, and left Ukraine with ongoing management responsibilities after independence. The zone occupies productive agricultural land that can't be used. The stigma affects Ukrainian exports and tourism in surrounding regions. The health monitoring and compensation programs strain budgets. Yet Chernobyl has also become part of Ukrainian identity and history, a story of suffering and endurance that's taught in schools and remembered in memorials. Belarus was actually more heavily affected by contamination than Ukraine, with about 70% of the initial fallout landing on Belarusian territory due to wind patterns. Entire regions of Belarus remain contaminated, affecting agriculture and requiring ongoing monitoring. The psychological and social impacts there mirror those in Ukraine. Communities disrupted, health anxieties, economic challenges. But Belarus has been less able to leverage international attention and support, partly due to political isolation under authoritarian rule. The people affected by Chernobyl in Belarus have received less international sympathy and aid, though their suffering is no less real. The disaster's international dimensions highlight how nuclear accidents are inherently transboundary problems. Radiation doesn't respect national borders. The fallout from Chernobyl spread across Europe, affecting countries that had no role in building or operating the reactor. This created demands for international nuclear safety standards, for notification protocols, for liability frameworks that could address cross-border harm. The international regime that developed after Chernobyl has improved but still has gaps, particularly around enforcement and compensation. The tourism that developed around Chernobyl is ethically complicated. On one hand, it brings attention and revenue to the region, supports preservation efforts, and educates visitors about nuclear safety and disaster consequences. On the other hand, it can feel exploitative, turning tragedy into entertainment, reducing complex history to photogenic ruins, creating demand for increasingly sensational tours. The tourists who visit the zone are often seeking dramatic imagery for social media, experiencing the site as spectacle rather than engaging seriously with its meaning. Yet some visitors do engage seriously, coming away with deeper understanding and renewed commitment to safety. Like many aspects of Chernobyl's legacy, tourism resists simple judgment. The disaster has entered global culture in various ways beyond tourism. It appears in video games, horror movies, novels, and countless documentaries. The 2019 HBO miniseries Chernobyl reached massive audiences and shaped popular understanding of the disaster, though historians noted various inaccuracies and dramatizations. This cultural presence keeps Chernobyl in public consciousness, but also risks oversimplifying or sensationalizing what happened. The real story is complicated, technical in places, ambiguous in others. Drama requires narrative clarity, heroes and villains, emotional payoffs. Reality offers more nuance but less narrative satisfaction. What would prevent another Chernobyl? The question assumes prevention is possible, which may be optimistic. Complex technological systems will fail. The question is whether the failures can be contained before they become catastrophic. Modern reactor designs incorporate passive safety features that don't require human intervention or power to function. Regulatory oversight has improved. Safety culture is emphasized. International cooperation allows sharing of operational experience. These measures reduce risk but can't eliminate it. As long as we operate nuclear reactors, we accept some probability of accident. Society's comfort with that probability varies by country, by political context, by proximity to alternative energy sources, and by memory of past accidents. For some people, Chernobyl demonstrated that nuclear power is fundamentally too risky, that the worst-case scenarios are too severe, that renewable energy should be pursued instead. For others, Chernobyl demonstrated that old Soviet reactor designs were unsafe, but modern designs are fundamentally different and acceptably safe, especially compared to the certainty of climate change impacts from fossil fuels. Both positions have technical and ethical arguments supporting them. Neither is obviously wrong. This is the nature of many policy debates, not a choice between right and wrong, but a choice between different risks and values. The people living in areas near the exclusion zone have their own relationship with Chernobyl, different from visitors or distant policymakers. For them, it's not an abstract policy question or a historical curiosity. It's geography, the direction where you don't go, the land that's marked on maps differently, the source of various anxieties and regulations. It's economy, the stigma on local products, the restrictions on agriculture, the challenges attracting investment. Its social identity. Being from near Chernobyl carries meanings both inside and outside the region. They live with the disaster's aftermath in mundane daily ways that don't translate easily into documentaries or policy papers. The children exposed to iodine 131 in 1986 are now in their 40s and 50s. Many have lived full lives without serious health consequences. Some developed thyroid problems that were treated. A smaller number developed thyroid cancer, which in most cases was cured. These outcomes exist on a probability distribution. Exposure increased risk, but didn't guarantee illness. For individuals, this creates an uncomfortable uncertainty. If you developed thyroid cancer after exposure, you can't know for certain whether Chernobyl caused it or whether you would have gotten it anyway. This uncertainty affects identity, medical care, compensation claims, and psychological well-being. The debate over long-term low-dose radiation effects continues in scientific literature. Some evidence suggests that even small doses carry some cancer risk, supporting the linear no threshold model that underlies most radiation protection standards. Other evidence suggests that at very low doses, biological repair mechanisms might prevent most damage, or that other health factors overwhelm any radiation effect, making precise risk calculation impossible. This scientific uncertainty translates to policy uncertainty about evacuation thresholds, cleanup standards, and compensation eligibility. Different countries affected by Chernobyl made different decisions based on different interpretations of the same contested evidence. For the liquidators, many of whom were conscripted and had little choice about their participation, the long-term health outcomes have been mixed. Some studies show elevated cancer rates and other health problems in liquidator populations. Other studies find less clear effects, especially for those who received lower doses. Individual liquidators face the same uncertainty as other exposed populations. Was my illness caused by Chernobyl? Would I have gotten sick anyway? The lack of clear answers is frustrating and makes it harder to prove disability claims or seek compensation. Compensation systems in the former Soviet states have been inconsistent and often inadequate. Benefits exist on paper, but may not be funded reliably. Proving eligibility requires documentation that may not exist or may have been lost in bureaucratic chaos following the USSR's collapse. The systems also create perverse incentives, where people have reasons to identify as victims even when their actual exposure was minimal, because victim status provides access to benefits. This isn't to minimize genuine suffering, but to note that post-disaster compensation systems create their own complicated dynamics. The scientific research conducted on Chernobyl populations has been valuable, but also ethically fraught. Researchers need data from affected populations to understand radiation health effects, which benefits future radiation protection. But research subjects may not see direct personal benefits from participating, may find research intrusive or distressing, and may feel reduced to data points. Balancing the need for knowledge against respect for affected populations is an ongoing challenge in disaster research generally. The story of Chernobyl doesn't have a conclusion because the events it set in motion continue. The new safe confinement will need maintenance for decades. The exclusion zone will remain restricted for generations. People affected by the disaster will carry its impacts for the rest of their lives. Future populations will inherit contaminated landscapes. The debates over nuclear safety and energy policy will continue, with Chernobyl invoked as evidence by various sides. The scientific understanding of radiation health effects will evolve as more data accumulates. None of this has an endpoint that would allow the story to be closed and filed away as history. What makes Chernobyl uniquely unsettling? Beyond the scale of contamination or the number of people affected is how it revealed the gap between human timescales and the timescales of the consequences we can create. We live in decades. Our institutions operate in years. Our technologies can create problems that persist for millennia. This mismatch between the speed at which we can cause harm and the duration of that harm is central to many modern risks, from nuclear waste to climate change to persistent chemical pollution. Chernobyl demonstrated that invisible threats are real, that catastrophe doesn't always announce itself in ways we're evolved to recognize, that the most consequential dangers can unfold quietly while people continue their routines unaware. The firefighters climbing onto that roof didn't feel their chromosomes fragmenting. The children drinking milk didn't taste the iodine-131. The residents of Pripyat didn't smell the radiation drifting through their town. They had to be told the danger existed, and whether they protected themselves depended on whether institutions chose to inform them promptly and honestly. This is why institutional trustworthiness matters so much in technological society. We can't personally verify most of what we're told about invisible risks. We can't check radiation levels ourselves, can't analyze chemical safety data, can't assess whether climate models are accurate. We depend on institutions, government agencies, regulatory bodies, scientific organizations to tell us the truth about dangers we can't perceive. When those institutions fail, when they lie or conceal information or prioritize political considerations over public safety, the consequences can be catastrophic. Chernobyl broke trust not just through the disaster itself, but through the initial secrecy and misinformation that prevented people from protecting themselves. Rebuilding that trust after it's broken is enormously difficult. People who've been lied to develop healthy skepticism that can unfortunately harden into reflexive distrust of all official information. Finding the balance, maintaining appropriate skepticism while still engaging with institutional knowledge is psychologically challenging. For many people affected by Chernobyl, the experience created a permanent wariness of government assurances about safety, a wariness that has shaped their relationship with authority ever since. The children who were evacuated from Pripyat as young children have only fragmented memories of the city. They remember moments, being carried to the bus, watching their hometown recede through the window, arriving somewhere unfamiliar. But they don't have the full childhood memories that older evacuees carry. Their sense of loss is different, more abstract. They grew up being told about a place they can barely remember, a life that was interrupted before they were old enough to understand it. This creates its own psychological complexity. Grieving for something you can't quite remember, feeling displaced from a home you barely knew, carrying an identity as an evacuee when the event itself is more known through stories than through personal memory. The exclusion zone has, against all intentions, become a kind of time capsule. Objects that would normally have been discarded, replaced, or updated instead remained frozen in 1986 Soviet material culture. Researchers and visitors find propaganda posters from a state that no longer exists, consumer goods that haven't been manufactured in decades, technology that's now completely obsolete. The zone preserves not just the physical consequences of the disaster, but also the social and material world of late Soviet Ukraine, all because the contamination prevented normal processes of change and renewal. This accidental preservation has research value for historians and archaeologists, though studying it requires managing radiation risk. The zone is a site where industrial archaeology, disaster studies, environmental science, and Soviet history intersect. What can be learned from the zone extends beyond Chernobyl itself to broader questions about technological failure, social collapse, environmental recovery, and the material culture of the late 20th century. The animal populations in the zone continue to evolve in a radioactive environment, which raises questions about multi-generational radiation effects that can't be studied easily in controlled settings. Some species show genetic changes, higher mutation rates, or physiological differences. Whether these changes are harmful neutral, or possibly adaptive depends on the species and the specific changes. The zone has become, inadvertently, a natural experiment in radiation ecology. This research is valuable, but also ethically complicated. We're learning from harm we caused, from an environment we contaminated, from animals that had no choice about their exposure. The human survivors of Chernobyl grow older. Each year, fewer people remain who remember the disaster firsthand. Eventually, direct memory will be gone, and Chernobyl will exist only in recorded history, physical traces, and cultural memory. This transition from living memory to history happens with all events, but it matters particularly for disasters where the lessons are important for preventing future harm. How do we preserve not just facts, but the emotional and visceral understanding that eyewitnesses carry? How do we keep Chernobyl meaningful to generations who have no personal connection to it? Memory preservation efforts include oral history projects, museums, archival collections, and educational programs. These are important but incomplete. They can't fully capture the experience of living through the disaster, the texture of daily life in its aftermath, the specific anxieties and adaptations. Future generations will understand Chernobyl differently than those who lived through it, which is inevitable, but involves some loss. For those who did live through it, Chernobyl often represents a dividing line in their personal histories, before and after, when life was normal and when everything changed. This bifurcation of identity is common in disaster survivors. The disaster becomes a reference point that organises memory and self-understanding. Before Chernobyl represents lost normalcy, lost innocence, lost futures. After Chernobyl represents adaptation, resilience, changed circumstances. For some, this framework is empowering. They survived, they adapted, they continued. For others, it's limiting. They're permanently defined by victimhood, unable to escape the disaster's shadow. The question of how to remember Chernobyl remains contested. Should it be remembered primarily as a technological failure, a political failure, an environmental catastrophe, a human tragedy, or a cautionary tale? Each framing emphasizes different aspects and suggests different lessons. Technological framing emphasizes design flaws and safety culture. Political framing emphasizes Soviet secrecy and institutional dysfunction. Environmental framing emphasizes long-term contamination. Human framing emphasizes suffering and displacement. Cautionary framing emphasizes risks of nuclear technology. All are valid. None is complete. The disaster exists at the intersection of technology, politics, environment, and human experience. Understanding it requires engaging with all these dimensions. But different audiences need different framings. Engineers need technical details. Policymakers need governance lessons. Affected populations need acknowledgement of their experience. Students need context. Each framing serves a purpose but risks oversimplifying if presented as the only important perspective. Chernobyl resists simple narratives. It wasn't just operator error, or just design flaws, or just institutional failure. It was all of these, compounding. It wasn't just acute radiation deaths, or just long-term contamination, or just social disruption. It was all of these, creating layers of harm. It wasn't just a Soviet problem, or just a nuclear problem, or just a historical event. It connects to ongoing issues of technological risk, institutional trust, and intergenerational responsibility. The disaster exceeds any single frame we place around it. This complexity is uncomfortable. Simple narratives are easier to remember, easier to teach, easier to use politically. But simplification can obscure important truths. The reality is that Chernobyl happened because multiple systems failed simultaneously, because small decisions compounded into catastrophe, because the safeguards that should have prevented disaster were inadequate, or disabled, or overwhelmed. Understanding this requires holding complexity, acknowledging uncertainty, resisting the urge to reduce the disaster to a single cause or lesson. For the people living with Chernobyl's legacy, complexity is daily reality. They navigate contradictory information about risk, make decisions based on incomplete knowledge, balance fear against normalcy, remember trauma while trying to move forward. They don't have the luxury of simple narratives. They live in the ambiguity, the uncertainty, the ongoing challenge of adapting to consequences they didn't choose. The world continues to operate nuclear reactors, continues to generate waste that will remain dangerous for thousands of years, continues to face questions about acceptable risk and energy policy. Chernobyl informs these discussions but doesn't resolve them. Different societies make different choices based on different values and circumstances. Some have phased out nuclear power entirely, others continue expanding it. Still others maintain existing plants while debating new construction. Each choice involves trade-offs. What Chernobyl undeniably demonstrates is that when nuclear accidents happen, the consequences are severe, long-lasting, and extend far beyond the facility itself. Whether that demonstration justifies avoiding nuclear power entirely or instead justifies being extremely careful with nuclear power is a question that admits multiple defensible answers. The disaster doesn't settle the debate. It provides crucial evidence that must be considered, but people considering the same evidence reach different conclusions based on different values and priorities. For those whose lives were shattered by Chernobyl, the policy debates probably feel distant from their experience. Their reality isn't about weighing nuclear power against climate change or comparing reactor designs. Their reality is the body that got sick, the home they lost, the childhood that was disrupted, the uncertainty that never quite goes away. Policy matters. It shapes compensation, health services, environmental cleanup. But it can't undo what happened or fully address the harm. The exclusion zone will outlast everyone currently alive. The contamination will persist beyond the lifetimes of the youngest children exposed in 1986, beyond their children's lifetimes, possibly beyond their grandchildren's lifetimes. This temporal scale is difficult to comprehend. We're not good at thinking in centuries, much less millennia. Yet the consequences of that night in April 1986 will echo forward in time farther than we can imagine, affecting people not yet born, requiring management by societies not yet formed. This is what Chernobyl ultimately reveals, that some storms don't gather visibly in the sky, that some disasters begin inside the hum of routine work, that catastrophe can be fully present before anyone recognizes it. The danger existed in the design from the beginning, hidden in technical specifications most people never read. It existed in the institutional culture that prioritized production over safety. It existed in the gap between procedures on paper and procedures as practiced. It existed in the decision to run a test during a night shift, in the pressure to complete what had been started, in each small choice that narrowed the margin for error. At a 1:23 on April 26, 1986, those accumulated vulnerabilities became kinetic. Containment failed. The invisible became consequential. A routine night became the beginning of the disaster. And the world learned slowly and painfully what happens when complex systems fail beyond their safeguards, when invisible threats overwhelm institutional capacity to respond, when the gap between what's real and what's perceived allows harm to multiply before recognition arrives. The people sleeping in Pripyat that night didn't know the air had changed. The firefighters responding to the flames didn't know they were walking into radiation fields that would kill them. The operators in the control room didn't know the reactor they were trying to cool had already been destroyed. Knowledge came later, came slowly, came too late to prevent much of the harm. And that delay, that gap between event and understanding, between physical danger and social Acknowledgement of danger is perhaps the most haunting aspect of the whole terrible story. Some disasters announce themselves unmistakably, others arrive quietly, invisibly, requiring instruments and expertise to recognize, demanding trust in institutions to communicate honestly. Chernobyl was the latter kind, and the consequences of that invisibility are still unfolding, decades later, in landscapes that remain contaminated, in bodies that remember exposure, in memories that can't be erased. The zone stands empty now, silent except for wind and wildlife. A monument built not from stone, but from absence, from all the futures that were interrupted when one night, inside a routine safety test, the ordinary became irrevocable, and the world learned what invisible can mean. The next story is about to begin. Please relax and enjoy.